guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump hinted that he's prepared to face jail for his principles.
This judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close.
Speaking after his trial was adjourned for Monday, Trump criticized the judge who warned him about potential jail time for violating a gag order by discussing witnesses in the case. He argued that the prosecution requested an additional 2 to 3 weeks to present their case, claiming that it should have already concluded and that his trial for hush money crimes is politically motivated. Reuters has reported that Israel has deemed the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas as unacceptable. According to an Israeli official, Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that Israel found unacceptable. The deal was brokered by Egypt and Qatar. Israel had earlier claimed to have made serious concessions towards a ceasefire and blames Hamas for the ongoing bloodshed. President Biden directly urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to refrain from a major military operation in Rafah during a phone call Monday.
Now, as you know, the president talked with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. The call lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that the president is opposed to a ground offensive in the southern Gazan city due to the risk to civilians. However, operations in Rafah seem imminent as Israel has ordered the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the city, which initially served as a haven for Palestinians fleeing northern Gaza. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m., several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is reacting to the anti-Israel protesters on campuses across the U.S. as he's scheduled to speak on the topic at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
President Biden speaking at the White House saying students have a right to protest but not to break the law. Biden scheduled to speak at the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. as Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, begins, a week of events planned to educate this generation as to the atrocities the Nazis committed against Jews.
The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. This advisory, in place since August 2023, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, including homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas. Snoop Dogg is joining college football's bowl season.
I'm taking my talents, that's right, to Arizona.
The Arizona Bowl in Tucson will now be known as the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop. This year's game is scheduled to be played at Arizona Stadium on December 28th. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says she loves her dogs. During an interview on CBS, the Republican responded to criticism surrounding her new book, No Going Back. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Alrighty, just like that, underway on a Tuesday. May be 1,000 miles away. But great to have you on board as we wrap up the greatest day of the week. I do believe Captain Ron's supposed to be back in the saddle tonight, correct? Get back to work, you lazy bum. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not a bad night outside the secret bunker. Unlike areas in the central portions of the country, we've got all the latest. What forecasters for nearly a week now had been advising will be a volatile situation unfolding. And this is going to be multi-days. I mean, essentially, all week long will progress from one day to the next, further to the east eventually. Severe weather reaching the entirety of the eastern seaboard. Tell you what, in just the last 3 hours, there have been multiple tornado-warned storms. You can pull up some of the latest warnings here out of Norman, Oklahoma from the Storm Prediction Center. In central Oklahoma, this one just popped up here a few minutes ago. Lincoln County and central Oklahoma. Radar indicated, but tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter with that particular cell. Another had just come in out of from the Weather Service in Pleasant Hill, Kansas City. Clinton County, Clay County, Platte County, those are like northwest Missouri and west central Missouri. A lot of rotation with these storms. Could take you back, that's impacting actually Interstate 35 in Missouri. Heads up, I-35 between the 32 and 39 mile marker. You're rolling through a tornado-warned cell there. We can essentially say you are in severe thunderstorms stretching from northwest Missouri, the adjoining counties in northeastern Kansas, right along the Kansas-Missouri line. Every county, from the eastern portions of Kansas all the way into northwestern Oklahoma, every single county under severe thunderstorm warnings, and tornadoes can spin up in any of those cells. And this is going to be a concern through the overnight hours. Take you back here about 7 o'clock Eastern time, just a few hours ago, as they give you the live updates from AccuWeathers and some of the storm chasers that are out there in the field tonight. About 7 p.m., several storms had lined up across, at that point it was in northwest Oklahoma, and AccuWeather storm chaser Tony Launch had spotted a wall cloud near Cherokee. A wall cloud hangs down below the base of a thunderstorm. They're indicative that a tornado may soon develop. This particular cell had already produced winds of 82 miles per hour. That was straight line winds. And all those storms were tracking eastward toward Interstate 35. And some of those impacting 35 at this hour. AccuWeather said as the evening progressed, although only a handful of tornado reports had come in as of 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central Time, the risk was actually continuing to increase through the midnight hour Central Time. Greatest risk for tornadoes in the Oklahoma City area was highlighted between 9 and 11 p.m. Central Time. So right about that would be right now. The 11 p.m. Central Time. Things should be passing through there, but there had been storms observed from Melissa Constanter, AccuWeather Network. New tornado warnings, Pottawatomie County in Kansas. You say, I remember that from the outbreak here a week or so ago. Yes, Pottawatomie was hit by a tornadic cell there, an EF3 tornado, not far away from that upcoming tornado warning this past evening. Now, just about an hour ago, they said tornadoes had been reported in Bison, Oklahoma, Covington, Oklahoma, and Ogden, Kansas. Watches remain in effect in Iowa till 3 o'clock in the morning Central Time, or 4 a.m. Eastern Time. So much of the night, some of these watches have been extended through the overnight hours here. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Good to have you with us. Travelers Weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. So obviously the storm ravaged plains on guard again tonight. Warning from AccuWeather, another dangerous outbreak is officially underway, I guess we would say, at this point in time, and will continue to unfold. They first raised the potential for severe weather for this stretch of May, literally back in April, over a week ago, and they've been raising the threat level ever since early last week. An extreme risk of severe weather, including tornadoes, was issued this past day. That's rather rare. That they reserve that for the most dangerous events. That classification implies the risk of multiple dangerous, strong, long-track tornadoes. Monday afternoon, the actual National Weather Service issued what they call a PDS, Potentially Dangerous Situation Watch Area, due to the seriousness, the likelihood of dangerous weather. Kicks off another multi-day episode of severe storms that will extend eastward, also including parts of the Midwest, the East, and the South through the rest of the week. After this week, it looks like maybe a change in the weather pattern may bring some much-needed breaks to the stormy weather in the heart of the country. We saw a bit of a lull in the weather over the weekend. A system that brought heavy rain. Yes, we saw mountain snow and gusty winds out west. Indeed, began to emerge in the plains. It's running into the warm, humid air mass, sparking these thunderstorms as we start the week. With the twisting winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere, there's a greatly heightened risk of supercells and tornadoes. Those supercells began to fire in western Oklahoma, western Kansas earlier in the evening. They'll continue progressing to the east through the overnight hours. And, of course, the other concern is gigantic damaging hailstones. Now, they say because of the tremendous risk of severe weather in the Central Plains, AccuWeather forecasters hoisted a high risk for severe thunderstorms last Friday. Then they bumped that to the extreme risk on Monday morning. That zone situated across south central Kansas, north central Oklahoma, that's the area where those threats of devastating long-track tornadoes is greatest. Derby and the metropolitan area of Wichita, as well as Enid, Stillwater, and the Oklahoma City area are all included in that higher risk area. Kansas City, Omaha, Nebraska, Springfield, Missouri, some of the other cities that could see some feisty storms. Coming up, we'll delve into, as the week progresses, what do we see Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, eventually, as I said, all the way over to the eastern seaboard. We'll see the potential for some severe weather this week. Arizona window truck making a stop off in Santa Fe, New Mexico tonight. Welcome aboard. The Valley of the Sun. Thoughts and prayers for all the tornado victims out there this evening. Rock Pick, how we doing? Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, it's a cloudy 61 degrees. Happy 2 for Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, for making the overnight drive twice as nice. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. There's Philly Dan. Hope everybody has a great day. Happy Taco Tuesday. Is it Taco Tuesday or 2 for Tuesday? All right, Jerry, good morning, everybody. All's quiet here in Kokomo as far as weather's concerned. Be safe moving up and down the big highways out there, and thank you, drivers, for everything you do. Shorty, I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida line, 75 degrees tonight. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1. He said, I'm going to head over to Rumble. All right, Marianne is in the house. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Time for the overnight drive to Hammer Down. Be a part of the show, right? 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits on your favorite communication device and tell us, nocturnal listeners, what's on your mind. even the far leftists included. Even though you don't have a mind and are incapable of thinking for yourselves, we can call it comedy hour. Come on, man. Take the big cookie. You want to take everything else from us hardworking Americans, right? Steve won't censor you like you do us. He might hang up on you when speaking liberal math and percentage rates. So kick back, relax, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get this party started, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Michigan Madman. All right, good morning, Mr. Summers. Won't be long, and you'll be opening the chlorine pond, right? Have a great show, and hello from the Michigan Madman. Yes, it won't be long now. The month of May is upon us. We're already a week in, right? Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 70 degrees, Plattkill, New York. It's round number 1 to Schenectady. Then home to take the wife to the hospital for outpatient surgery. And I'll be back out here on Wednesday night. All right, hope everything goes well with the wife there, Larry. Good luck. Keep us posted, all right? Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew getting ready for the storms on Wednesday here in the state of Ohio. Yeah, things are going to be progressing to the east, and that's, locally they're saying we may be under the gun come midweek. Copy the mail, 5-7, back out on the road tonight, I presume. Jeffrey in the Sunshine State says hello. Howdy from the home 20s, 69 degrees in Paducah, Kentucky. There's Carl Wayne Douglas Jr. And two-time world champion Bull Hauler. Morning, Steve, 65 degrees. And calling Wichita, Kansas. Loaded my powerful chrome-plated cow truck extra heavy and utilized a rate of speed north out of Oklahoma City. Now, based on the weather reports, very disappointed to report the storm was not nearly as entertaining as they were selling it to be. It had some lightning, some high winds, and a lot of rain. And basically some of the same old. Yeah, not quite the death and chaos that the weatherman was selling us. But we've got 61 steers headed to central Nebraska, so I might still get my money's worth before the night's over. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the land of Oz. Maybe just maybe we'll get an update from the Carolina Monkey Gouger this week. It's been a few days since we've heard from him. Still hanging out, I presume, at the Marina del Rey.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yet, for our two-time world champion Bull Hauler, what I'm seeing on the radar is, I'm not sure how long ago you snuck out northbound out of Oklahoma City. But you rolled to kind of like, I guess you'd call it maybe like the tail end of that line of strong storms. Even at this hour, it's pretty much just to the northeast of Oklahoma City. South and west, there's not much going on. A little bit of development there, but yeah, the stronger line is north and east of Oklahoma City, and as I mentioned, extending up right along the Kansas-Missouri line from south to north, the entirety of the state. There's another line then moving out of Nebraska into western Iowa, which has a pretty decent bow signature. The bow echo, the strong straight line winds. And based on some of these warnings that are coming in, these cells are moving like at 65 miles per hour. The latest tornado warned cell had just come in right there in southeast Kansas and northwest. Let's see. These are both in southwest Missouri and southeastern Kansas, right there at the corner region. That's a cell, a tornado warned cell. The moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So even without a tornado, yeah, you're dealing with big time straight line winds all along that line. Now we've got another warned cell in northeastern Oklahoma, Creek County, Fuxkee County, and that's both in Oklahoma. So they're just popping up, hail up to 2 inches in diameter. We had seen strong storms in Texas, of course, the flooding in recent days over the weekend. The cleanup continues in the Houston area. We now have an emergency declaration in the state. It was amended, adding 59 at-risk counties. It remains in effect through May the 13th. Of course, portions of southeastern Texas were under a flood watch, in some cases for up to 93 consecutive hours. We got a briefing from local officials this past day in Harris County. A total of 88 counties are included in this order that provides relief from the hours of service regulations for property carrying vehicles responding to the declared disaster area. Any regulatory statute prescribing the procedures for conduct of state business or any order or rule of state agency that would in any way prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action in coping with this disaster shall be suspended, says the declaration. Additional counties may be added as conditions warrant, they tell us. According to the governor, he said for Texans in at-risk areas, it is important to remain weather aware, follow the guidance of local and state officials, avoid traveling in dangerous flood conditions. Now, that current exemption applies to state and interstate roads. You are not required to carry a copy of that weather emergency in the state of Texas with you for the truck drivers out there. All right, industry headlines. What is wrong with people out there today? You can't. First, we start with the story out of Utah, where a police officer, was killed Sunday. Authorities say an 18-wheeler rammed into him and his cruiser. According to the police report, San Quentin Police Sergeant Bill Hooser and a Utah Highway Patrol trooper responded shortly before 6:30 a.m. to a report of a person standing on the back of a moving tractor trailer along Interstate 15. Hooser and the trooper attempted to pull over the 18-wheeler, driven by 42-year-old Michael Aaron Jane, but Jane refused and instead circled back and began traveling the wrong way on the interstate, fatally striking Hooser and the trooper's cruiser. The trooper wasn't injured. Jane then fled the scene on foot, allegedly stole a pickup truck. Police pursuit began but quickly ended when he crashed in the Vernal area. Police did not mention what happened to the person standing on the trailer. Somebody probably just hitching a ride, which we see some of that. It's nuts, but Then we come to find out more details this past day. The truck driver who ran over that officer was previously convicted of trying to run over a police officer and fleeing police. Jane was previously convicted of trying to run over an officer. According to KJZZ, Jane attempted to kill an Oregon State police officer by trying to run over him back all the way in October of 2009. In 2010, he was convicted of attempted assault in the first degree and possessing body armor as a felon after pleading guilty to both counts. He was also charged with one count of attempted aggravated murder in relation to the incident, but not convicted of that. He had also previously been convicted of a felony in California where he threatened law enforcement officers there. He was also reportedly involved in an incident in Kansas in July of 2012 that ended with him fleeing police in a stolen vehicle. But this guy was out there, driving truck. Wonder who employs a truck driver like that, but I suppose he'll be spending a lot of time, maybe the rest of his life, behind bars now. Sad scenario, but all right, news break and much to cover here on a Tuesday morning.
USA News Update. Reuters reports that Israel has deemed the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas as unacceptable. According to an Israeli official, Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that Israel found unacceptable. The deal was brokered by Egypt and Qatar. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial has entered its fourth week in New York. The judge in the case found him in contempt of court for the 10th time due to violating a gag order. Monday, he warned Trump that the court will have to consider a jail sanction for any future violations of the gag order. The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. The advisory, in place since August of last year, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, such as homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yeah, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Who else we got on board? Looks like Sean checks in. Said, good morning, Steve, from Peachtree City, Georgia. No bad weather here tonight. Clear skies. Hello, Big Ed. Are you with me? Big Ed says, love the opening song. Josh says hello. I actually visited with him earlier today. All right, good to hear. Tell Josh, thank you so much. Pappies, great line, Steve. Get a job, you bum. All these mama's babies won't work, living in mommy's basement, siding with the lefties, the entitlements. Get a job, you bum. I reflect back. I'm thinking of a time. It was me and neighbor Dave. It's been a few years. I think his daughter had a pretty serious surgery, back surgery, and me and the princess had gone down to the hospital to visit with him. Me and Dave were outside the hospital smoking a cigarette. A guy walks over and says, "Hey, can I get a cigarette?" Now I'm the kind of guy I normally give him a cigarette. I think I was reaching for my pack, and he says, "No, but you can get a job." And the look on the guy's face was like, it's priceless. I'm just not the confrontational kind. No, but you can get a job. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. It's a rainy night in Radford, Virginia, 61 degrees. I've been in on and off rain since Winchester. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Who we got there? David Swick. Good morning. 55 in Lodi, dry, which is good. Since the outlook calls for rain almost every night, I got a newer truck now. Hello, dash cam that spies on you, and radar with automatic braking. Ugh. Anyway, waiting to meet my driver to swap loads, then I can head back to Western New York. Gotta love all the modern technology, right? You've got all the bells and whistles now. Timothy, hello, 62. Some storms moving through here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Lauren Wee says, I did send you some lightning storm videos from Oklahoma City via the messenger there. All right. Let's see. Another Dave McIntosh. Morning, Steve, and my adopted trucker family. 76 clear this morning, deep in the heart of Texas. Should be clear sailing at least until the morning fog rolls in. Now, he chimed in about the weather over the weekend. Storms over the past week here in Texas, in my little country burg, caused quite a bit of damage. Power was out for quite a while. Roads were washed out. Big trees snapped in two by winds, or maybe just swept away in flash floods. Bridges knocked out by water. Those bridges that still stand have a lot of trees and debris piled up against them. Floods, flash floods are scary. One road was washed out so bad there was a 25-foot drop-off. Thank God for our emergency services, including the tree trimmers and the power company crews here. Drivers, if you're driving through the eastern or southern parts of Texas, if you're on the back roads, take it slow. There's a lot of country roads and even state highways that are being put back together right now. All right, so I know I saw some of the video. It was a rough flooding weekend there. Hundreds of rescues. Let's see. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, the best informed audience. Cool, calm, clear skies, just like Steve Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Thank you, all the hard-working delivery drivers, farmers, and all the brave behind the badge, including our EMTs, firefighters, even the Border Patrol, doing the best they can with this current administration, what they've dealt them. Also, to those who've worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms, a heartfelt thank you to all. And there's Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Get to your calls ahead here at 844-3388. We had the story last week of another truck driver who had gone missing. This time it was in Ontario, Canada. The update from CDL Life this past day said police say the driver who went missing after abandoning his truck at an Ontario truck stop has been found deceased. Over-the-road truck driver, 51-year-old Brian Lush, found deceased Monday, according to the Ontario Provincial Police. Now, all they said was foul play not suspected. We shared the story last week, or maybe the week before. Last seen Wednesday, April the 24th, at a Petro Pass truck stop near Cornwall, Ontario. Reportedly parked at the store, went inside, purchased several items, and then disappeared, vanished. His truck with his cell phone inside were found abandoned at the Petro Pass. It's pretty much all we have at this time. No further information available on the cause of death. The fact that they're saying foul play is not suspected, I just presume he may have taken his own life. Now, we are literally, just days away from the trucking community's favorite 72 hours. Road Check is coming up. And we've been highlighting for several months that one of the focuses of this year's Road Check is going to be in regards to the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. This, I think, would kind of go right in line with that. Truck drivers with a prohibited status on the FMCSA's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. You only have a few months now to act before the state licensing agencies are going to begin removing commercial driving privileges come November. According to the latest report, there are, listen up, 168,318 CDL and commercial learner's permit holders that are listed in prohibited status on the agency's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. That's the online database that tracks violations of the FMCSA's drug and alcohol testing program. If you fail a test or if you refuse a test, that's definitely ways to get on the prohibited status. Now, if these drivers do not begin what they call the return to duty process soon. You could face serious license problems later this year. Starting on November 18 this year, the FMCSA will start requiring the state driver licensing agencies to revoke the commercial driving privileges for anyone who has a prohibited status on the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. This would result in a downgrade of the license until the driver completes that return to duty process. Now, the November 18 deadline was established by a second final rule, Clearinghouse 2, they call it, that was issued in October of 21 that tightens the requirements on the state driver's license agencies regarding the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. This rule builds on and strengthens the current federal rules that prohibit drivers from operating with a prohibited clearinghouse status. Now, as was established by the first clearinghouse final rule, drivers with a prohibited status are indeed prohibited from operating a commercial motor vehicle on public roads. The second final rule further supports this by ensuring that drivers with such status do not continue to even hold a commercial driver's license or learner's permit. You must go through the return to duty process. Now, of those 168,000 that are on the prohibited status, I have no idea. Many of those may have actually left the industry, but undoubtedly there are some who have just kind of maybe slid between the cracks and are out there possibly driving with the prohibited status on the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. You're going to have to go through the process, or you'll find yourself out there driving with a revoked license and be looking at more trouble. All right, so again, that's got to be a big focus. We'll pull that up. I'm trying to remember the dates. I know it's coming up here just a few days away, the 72-hour road check. Gotta love it. All right, Eagle wanted to chime in early here on a Tuesday. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing? Hold on for a minute. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Eagle. We got you.
Okay, yeah. I still had you on the damn Facebook when I came on. Okay, yeah. I want to talk about a couple of things, Steve. Let's, since you was talking about this DOT deal, I'm planning on being at home. I'm not going to even operate my truck those 3 or 4 days. It's not about safety, Steve. It's only a money grab. It's only a money grab to take money out of truck drivers' pockets. There is no truck going down the interstate nowhere in America, Steve, that's violation free. If a DOT officer wants to find something wrong, you best believe he will. So anybody out there listening tonight, because I know you got a lot of smart asses that's gonna say, well, the day truck is 100%. The officer can't find nothing wrong. I bet you he can. I bet you he can find something wrong with something that you've done in operating that truck, whether it goes with your log book, whether it goes with your DOT medical card, whether it goes with what you just talked about with your drug and alcohol, whether it goes with your brakes, whether it goes with your trailer, anything you're operating on that truck, I guarantee you, a DOT man, if he really wants to, he finds something wrong with you, with your vehicle and hands you a ticket. Yeah, you best believe that. So before I let them guys take money out of my pocket, I'm parking my truck for those 3 or 4 days, Steve, just like I did last year. I'll be damned if I'm going to let these guys take my hard-earned money out of my pocket. Because, see, first of all, this is not my truck. I'm a company driver, and I shouldn't be held responsible for something that's wrong with this truck because it's a company's vehicle. If there's something wrong with it, the company needs to be held liable and pay the ticket, not me. So since I feel that way, and since I'm not going to allow these people to take my hard-earned money, my truck will be parked for that 72-hour period. And I'd advise other truck drivers to do the same damn thing before you let them take your hard-earned money out of your pocket. Now, let's talk about this other situation, Steve. what you was talking about last night about this tanker truck that was ran into and exploded and damaged a major interstate. Looked like we've had this incident happen a couple of months ago in another state with these tanker vehicles. These vehicles can do a lot of damage if they get set on fire. They can completely shut down the Interstate 95, major interstate. That happened in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania last time. This time it's in another area. So these things can do some devastating damage, But it's funny, like I told you before, the first time when they had that deal, Steve, it's funny how these DOT workers can get these road projects finished so fast when they want to, in record time. But in other places, the road construction goes on for years without being completed. But when they actually have an emergency deal going on, it's real funny how they can get this deal done so fast. So it just shows you that these people are slow walking these road construction projects around America and at the expense of American taxpayers. These jobs can be done a whole lot faster, and it's a damn shame that these people are taking advantage of the situation. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump, Steve, because some more information came out today about Donald Trump in this judge again in New York. This judge issued another statement today saying that it looks as though this $1,000 fine deal is not working with Donald Trump in this gag order deal. Looks like the $1,000, he's already paid up $10,000 in fines. So he's saying now the next step,
jail.
The next step that he might take. What'd you say?
Go to jail.
Yeah, that's the next step that this idiot is talking about, is putting Donald Trump in jail, a former president of this country who has been gagged ordered. So I just want people to realize, Steve, because I hear a lot of people out there saying that they don't have no problem with what this judge is doing. Well, you should have a problem with it, because if they can gag order Donald Trump, a former president, a man who could possibly be the next president of the USA, you best believe they can do it to you, my man. So you better be worried about it, because if they can shut Donald Trump up, I promise they can shut you up. So this guy here, Steve, this judge is totally out of line. They need to. I wish there was some way they could get this guy out of a job and get somebody else on the case. Because this is totally ridiculous. What this guy is doing. You got Michael Cohen, the man that's really behind the whole deal with Stormy. This guy has his own podcast. He's on every television program, News, CNN, all these other MSC, constantly running his mouth about Donald Trump and what he knows and what he don't know. But yet Donald Trump can't say a damn thing. Makes no sense whatsoever for this judge to take this type of stance against Donald Trump. And like I said, they're forcing the man to sit in the courtroom 8, 9, 10 hours a day, which is there's no reason for Donald Trump to be in this courtroom, Steve. That's why he pays these high-dollar lawyers to represent him. But they're doing this to try to wear Donald Trump out. You can see the wear and tear on the man. It will wear anybody out. You got to remember the guy's 78, 79 years old, sitting in a damn courtroom all day long. And they're trying to wear this man out and break him down. Hopefully Donald Trump won't break down. It's really sad what's going on, Steve. I never thought I would see this happening. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is steady doing his deal, steady running the U.S. in the gutter at the expense of the American taxpayers. And nothing, like I said, if anybody needs to be in a courtroom right now, Steve, it's Joe Biden. If that's all the people, millions and millions of people that live in America, if anybody needs to be sitting in a damn courtroom, it should be Joe Biden. It's many crimes and violations this man has broken. And look at 3 years, I ain't even talking about his 40 or 50-year politician career. I'm talking about in the last 3 years, how many damn crimes has this guy committed and nothing happens to him. It's really sad what's going on, Steve. The border is still wide open. They had a guy the other day, Steve, I don't know if they trying to keep it real quiet, but amongst these so-called college protesters, well, guess who showed up? Some other people from countries that had came in across the border. Those were also amongst some of these people that was in amongst these protesters, these international terrorists. And by the way, Steve, one quick note before I hang up with you. Since due to all this protesting that went on last week, now you have the ultimate disgust. Like I said, that's one of the best days of your life when you get to graduate from college or high school. The University of Columbia in New York has canceled their graduation plans due to all this stupid protesting. So all those kids that went to school 3 or 4 years to try to graduate, now they don't have a damn graduation because of some punk protester that wants to protest against a bogus cause, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, that is correct, and that is downright sad. I mean, those sort of things, graduating, and many of those who will not be able to gather and have the celebration of graduating from many years of hard work. Many of those who have nothing to do with any of these quote protests going on. Many of them actually find themselves on the side of the majority of the American people, supporting the likes of the Israel, the cause of Israel, realizing that what occurred on October the 7th of last year, who started this whole thing, but they won't have those so-called memories of a lifetime due to a handful of idiots. All right. First thing he brought up was Interstate 95 there. And I guess there was I was a tad bit confused in my conversation with Horse Feathers Lab. And it sounded to me like they were going to be tearing down and rebuilding that bridge in a matter of days. All right. They got Interstate 95 reopened. Now, this is the gasoline tanker that scorched the bridge and closed the road for days. I-95 is back up and running, but there is no bridge. Of course, they shut the highway down in both directions after what was ultimately a 3-vehicle crash last Thursday involving a gas tanker that burst into flames, damaging the overpass above I-95. They started demolishing the bridge on Friday, and then they were able to repave the damaged parts of 95 in time for the morning rush yesterday, Monday. Connecticut's governor said it's truly remarkable to complete this work in less than 80 hours. Yes, they got the bridge down. But, of course, 95, a major link between New England and New York. This left drivers jam-packed bumper to bumper on some of the detour routes. Meanwhile, the Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Administration announced the immediate availability of $3 million in quick-release emergency relief funds for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Now, they said, let's see, Pete Buttigieg says 95 is a critical highway for both the people of Connecticut and our nation's transportation network. And the administration focused immediately on helping Governor Lamont quickly restore travel. These emergency funds helped Connecticut DOT to safely repair and reopen the road in less than 80 hours and can now help with the cost that will be associated with rebuilding the bridge. It sounded to me like it's going to take like a year or so, something to rebuild that bridge, so it's not there in place. Just to clarify that. Meanwhile, Monday morning, as we head toward news break, lines available at 844-844-3388. Judge Merchan, again, holding Trump in contempt for the 10th time. According to the live updates from the courthouse, warning the former president, if he violates the order, the judge will consider jail time. The judge says, I find you in criminal contempt for the 10th time. Going forward, this court will have to consider a jail sanction. incarceration is truly a last resort, but claimed he would consider jail time to protect the dignity of the judicial system. Yeah, right. Mr. Trump, it is important you understand the last thing I want to do is put you in jail. You are the former president of the United States and possibly the next president as well. The magnitude of this decision is not lost on me, but at the end of the day, I have a job to do. So as much as I don't want to impose a jail sanction, I want you to understand I will, if necessary and appropriate. Okay, and the Dog and Pony Show, the integrity of the judicial system.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump is weighing in on his New York hush money trial. The former president speaking to reporters after leaving the Manhattan courtroom on Monday, dismissing the case against him as election interference.
Government just said that they want 2 to 3 more weeks. Anybody in there would realize there's no case. They don't have a case. Every legal scholar says they don't have a case. This is just a political witch hunt.
Columbia University is canceling its main commencement ceremony due to concerns about anti-Israel protesters. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says violent protests are against the law, adding it's unfortunate that a small group of people took things over and robbed the students of a graduation ceremony.
We feel for each of the graduates, and we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium to call for protests peacefully.
At least 3 people have died due to flooding in southeast Texas, including a toddler. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott at a press conference Monday talks about the state's post-disaster priorities.
Regardless of what type of event we are dealing with, whether it be a hurricane, a flooding event, a fire, whatever, the main thing we want to do is to protect lives.
Cleanup is now underway, and a disaster center has been set up in the Houston area to provide supplies to those in need. A warning is going out to vacation goers heading south of the border. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. The advisory, in place since August of last year, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, such as homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House Judiciary Committee is aiming to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusing to provide audio recordings of President Joe Biden's interview with the special counsel who investigated his handling of classified documents. The Republican-led committee is planning to hold a meeting to review a contempt report and hold a committee vote on the matter on May 16th. If the House votes to hold Garland in contempt, it would mark the 4th time in U.S. history that a cabinet member has received such condemnation. The House voted to hold 2 former attorneys generals, Eric Holder and Bill Barr, in contempt in 2012 and 2019. More variants of COVID-19 are popping up across the country. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Believe it or not, there are new COVID-19 variants popping up in the U.S. The new family of variants, nicknamed FLIRT, include KP.2, which is now the dominant variant. Another FLIRT variant called KP.1.1 is also hitting in the U.S., but is less widespread. Thankfully, cases and hospitalizations are down, and the country is in the middle of a COVID-19 lull. But the new FLIRT variants are bringing up concerns about another wave of infections this summer.
The trainer of Mystic Dan, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, says there is a possibility that the horse will run in the Preakness Stakes on May 18th. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, welcome back, or welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us as we kick off hour number 2. You see, about 20 minutes ago, the hot blonde wife. That would be Lauren Weiss's hot blonde wife. I'm sorry. Lauren says the hot blonde is reporting the tornado sirens are wailing at the Weiss compound in southwest of Missouri as you read this. You know what? Those sirens are wailing in a lot of places at this hour. I mean, it is 1:06 Eastern, 12:06 Central Time. In just the last 15 minutes, there's been seven separate tornado-warned cells come out. I'm looking here, western Dade County. That's southwestern Missouri. That continues to the bottom of the hour. Now, all these warned are along that big line of storms, which they told us there's differing wind directions at levels of the atmosphere. So this is a lot of radar-indicated stuff. But, I mean, the storms themselves, this one moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. You're going to have damaging straight-line winds with or without a tornado. The other that had just come in, west central Missouri, Lafayette County and Johnson County. At 12:01 Central, 5 minutes ago. This one came out. Thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. Located over Oak Grove, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This includes Interstate 70 in Missouri. Between the 48 and 62 mile marker. Take shelter. Another Barton County. These are southwest Missouri. Barton County, Cedar County, Vernon County. So southwest and west central Missouri as they describe it. Radar indicated tornado. Let's see, this includes Interstate 49 between the 60 and 72 mile marker. See, we can go on down at just one after another popping up. Like I said, 7 separate tornado warned cells in just the last 15 minutes. It is a very active night out there. Wow. Be careful, drivers, and if you see the warnings, as I said, along those stretches of interstate, you run the risk of being blown over with the straight line winds with or without a tornado in those cells there. So thanks for the heads up. Hope everything's going well. I guess the hot blonde wife took shelter there a few minutes ago. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. The pool guy showed up, fixed our problems in no time. Now we just got to get the chemicals balanced, and we're good to go for the summer. All right, went to the grandson's baseball game, then out to dinner with his family. Good times. He's got another game Thursday. Then his sister's birthday party coming up Saturday. I'll be loading Thursday for Cleveland and Cincinnati, so I'll be in the Buckeye most of next week. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, safe travels. And he did go on to say it's sad with many of those graduates are the same ones that maybe didn't even get a high school graduation because of COVID. I hadn't thought about that. Timing-wise, you're right. You go back when so many graduation ceremonies from high school were canceled because of that. We're not allowed to get together, right? And here they are now, 3-4 years later. Good possibility missing graduation because of the protesters. Country Bumpkin checks in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy said tornado warning, including Oklahoma City right now. That was about 10 minutes ago. So you are correct. Wow. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. I wanted to flip the page here. Let me jump back over. Hello to Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. On the West Coast. Well, actually, he's not on the West Coast. He must be on vacation. 78 degrees here in Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic tonight. Okay. Mrs. Claus and I found a great deal on an all-inclusive resort. We're always listening in from wherever we roam. But Santa Claus out. All right, Dominican Republic. I would, based on the unrest that we had seen, which isn't getting a whole lot of headline right now, but several weeks ago, I think it is still a lot of complete chaos in Haiti. And, of course, Haiti and Dominican Republic, they share the island of Hispaniola, and they had tried to shut down that border between the two to keep all the Haitian refugees from pouring in to the Dominican Republic. I presume a lot of people that maybe had vacation plans got canceled or changed due to that, and they're probably begging for people to come in. to some of those all-inclusive resorts there in the Dominican Republic. You're right. All right, enjoy. Hope everything goes well there. All right, pulled up the dates. Here it is. I knew Road Check was just around the corner. It's like 1 week from today. May the 14th through the 16th, 72-hour International Road Check. During that 3-day event, certified inspectors conducting compliance enforcement and educational initiatives for the benefit of carriers, vehicles, and drivers. Bringing together the FMCSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Canadian Council of Transport Administrators, Transport Canada, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, and Transportation of Mexico. It is the largest program of its kind, with nearly 15 trucks and or motor coaches inspected on average every minute during those 3 days, during those 72 hours. Think of the 15 trucks every minute. Every year, they place a special emphasis on a particular category to bring awareness to specific areas of roadside inspections. This year's event will focus on tractor protection systems and, as I mentioned last hour, alcohol and controlled substance possession. The number of drivers banned for drug and alcohol use has been on the rise. This year's Road Check will remind carriers and drivers of the importance of strong policies prohibiting controlled substances as adhering to company policies. More than 59,400 inspections were conducted throughout North America during last year's Road Check. Identified a total of 116,669 violations, encompassing both driver and vehicle issues. Those violations included both those severe enough to take the vehicle out of service or those requiring correction but not immediately removed from the road. Top 5 out-of-service violations last year. Almost inevitably, brake systems always top the list, and that indeed was the case with more than 4,400. Tires were second with more than 3,300. Defective service brakes in excess of 2,400. Cargo securement in excess of 2,100. Lights were number 5. Obviously, you need to confirm your vehicles if they need maintenance ahead of Road Check, especially the tractor protection system components. And you should reiterate policies regarding controlled substances, emphasizing to drivers that possession or use on duty is strictly prohibited. Of course, we already know that, right? First and foremost, how about a few tips? First and foremost, make sure your drivers always wear their seatbelts and they always maintain a positive professional attitude with law enforcement and inspectors. During the inspections, enforcement will check several systems and components, obviously, brake systems, cargo securement, fuel and exhaust systems, lighting, tire, wheel rim, hub condition, suspension, and more. Be prepared to provide the following to inspectors. Obviously, a valid CDL, a valid federal medical examiner's certificate, hours of service documentation, motor carrier registration, your shipping papers or documentation. You should also have at the ready a copy of your company's insurance certificate in the tractor, a copy of the company's hazardous materials certificate if applicable, a current up-to-date permit book and skill performance evaluation certificate if applicable, a charged and secure fire extinguisher in the tractor, the required emergency equipment in the tractor, 3 reflective triangles, and proof of annual inspection for all equipment, including the tractor and the trailer. For the hours of service, make sure your drivers understand what type of electronic logging device is installed and how to operate it, how to provide the inspector instructions, and how to display required and requested information if they ask for that. Keep your vehicle as neat and clean as possible. Make sure you conduct proper and thorough pre-trip vehicle inspection reports. Pay particular attention to tractor protection system components, wheels, tires, and rims, vehicle lighting, brakes, cargo securement, obviously any observable defects. And they go on into the hazmat and those. As a professional driver, you should be aware of all that, right? I would presume. You think? Hello to Daryl this Tuesday morning.
Hello.
Hi there.
How's the family and how's Striker?
All doing well. Had a good weekend. Went down to the UC baseball game with young Rowan, which he got a bunch of autographs, had a good time. Got to celebrate the Kentucky Derby with Mom on Saturday, and that was fun.
Well, I picked the winner. I didn't have any money on him, but my wife and I have watched the Derby on TV ever since we've been married, 35 years or so, and we always enjoy a little time together, and I picked the horse, and my horse from Arkansas wasn't allowed to run, Murph.
Yeah.
He won the Oakland. That trainer that's banned for 3 years
Baffert.
From the Kentucky Derby was his trainer.
Yes, Baffert.
And I always picked that horse because I used to live about 2 miles from the Arkansas Derby in Hot Springs, and I used to go over with some men and muck out the stables. And they put that horse manure on their hay fields around Hot Springs area. And it makes alfalfa grow. But I was always amazed that they had a little animal tied to the stall when we would go back where the racehorses were, and a goat or a dog. And I asked them why they had that animal tied there. They said it calmed the horse down. And I found that amazing that they got this big $1 million horse that's calmed down by a little dog or a little goat.
Wow, how about that?
My granddaughter ran in 13 and a half miles in the flying pig thing on Saturday.
Did she? Yeah. Boy, what a crowd they had for that. I mean, something like 37,000 participants.
She said something about 40,000, and she said they had to run up Mount Adams and run down Mount Adams.
Yeah,
right. I cannot imagine that.
No.
Run. That would eliminate me right at the bottom of the hill. How did you do on your 5 mile run at the cemetery here a while back?
I stayed right there at the start-finish line and cheered everybody on as they started running and cheered them on as they crossed the finish line.
Now that's the way to run a race.
Hey, Daryl, back years ago, well, when we actually had our studios in Mount Adams, and I mean, when we'd go down there for the fireworks there on Memorial Day or Labor Day weekend, I would walk down the hill, and I mean, just walking back up that hill was a task, just to get back up the damn hill. I can't imagine, being 15 miles into a run and then trying to run up there.
I can't either. And she said running down the hill is worse than running up the hill.
Wow.
And I couldn't figure. I guess it's hard on the legs, and it would be difficult not to stumble or fall.
Right.
Because you have to be tired after 15 miles.
At least, yes. Wow.
You asked me last time if I'd ever drank any dandelion tea, and no, but I have drank sassafras tea. In the springtime, we'd go out and dig up the sassafras roots, and Mother would boil that. I've drank sassafras tea in the springtime. Out of the hills of Arkansas.
Very interesting.
I have been on some of those truck inspections, and the cab card, they call it, is the book that has all your paperwork and your insurance papers in. And we used to have these screeching air conditioners that rubbed against the back of the truck that run you nuts. I'd take that cab card and jam down between that air conditioner and the back of the truck to stop that squeak. And when they would stop me for inspection, I'd have to scramble around and try to figure out where that cab card was. And it was usually stuck between that air conditioner and the cab of the truck. I'll let you go and enjoy the show very much, Steve. I enjoy your product. I keep it in all my vehicles around here.
Thank you so much.
They run well.
Thank you for supporting the show and the product, Daryl. Thank you. And it's always great to hear from you. All right, as the warnings just kind of pour in one after another, I wouldn't have the time to share severe thunderstorm warnings, just tornado warnings. You've got west central Missouri under the gun, St. Clair County right now. And again, the movement, these cells moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And that is, let's see, another warn for southwestern Missouri, McDonald County, Berry County. And all these are radar indicated, but severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. A couple of others. These had all just come in here a matter of minutes ago. And they come in one after another from Kansas City, Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Let's see. This is another warning for west central Missouri, southeastern Johnson County. But just they kind of said the nocturnal tornado threat is one of the biggest because most people have gone to bed for the evening. And if you don't have a way of getting the warnings, they may be unaware until it's too late what's bearing down on them. Lauren Weiss, so give us an update. What's the word from the hot blonde wife?
Well, Steve, our youngest son came over to be with her, and them storms must have picked up steam when I left Oklahoma City because they weren't that bad. But they just called, and they had gotten down in the middle of the house. We don't really have a really what you would consider a safe spot in our house, but and they had a lot of wind and rain, and she said it sounded like a tornado or something, and then they thought they heard a tree banging on the front door, and my son went and looked out, and there was a Hispanic family. A tree had fallen on their car, and they were in a panic, and so they let them in the house, and they huddled in the hallway with them. And it was 4 of them and their dog. And then when it was all said and done, I just got done talking to them. And we have trees all over on our street. She doesn't think right now she can't go out and see in the dark. She didn't hear anything necessarily hit the house. But they were reporting damage over in Joplin and power outages. And so it sounds like what you're saying was right, that there was some kind of a tornado in there. There's one of the Joplin radio stations, I get it on Facebook, and they're doing the weather right now, and I was listening to that. They got a lot of rotations. They did have a confirmed tornado in Carytown, Missouri, which is basically right there at Carthage. So something happened, but she said the streets are all closed around us because the trees are down. There's no power at the house or anything like that. But they're okay, but she's going to give me an update here a little bit later on.
Okay. Wow. So that's a close call. And I guess... Yeah,
like I said, when I was coming out of Oklahoma City, we got loaded, and it was blowing and going real hard. They were having... reports of tornadoes and flooding up around Kingfisher, Oklahoma, but I didn't think it was that bad. And that thing must have built up steam as it went up to the northeast because they were expecting it up there. And I was already up by Wichita when she called and said it was coming that way. And so yeah, that's where we're at right now with it.
What county do y'all live in there in southwest Missouri?
Jasper County.
Jasper, okay.
That McDonald County you just reported on is basically, when you go to Joplin, you got Jasper County and then Newton County and McDonald counties right there. And then if you read Berry and Lawrence County, those are right there in our area too. But yeah, we're right there in Jasper County, so all of that stuff went right up through there. And we seem to have that anyway, Steve. I mean, we've been living there for 22 years, and it's, if there's going to be a tornado come to your neighborhood, it's going to come through that area there, you know. And back in, was it 2011, there was about a 4-year period before that big one hit in Joplin, where we had a bunch of EF4 and EF5s that came right over on the state line, because we're only 18 miles from Oklahoma and Kansas and 40 miles north of Arkansas down there. And it just seems like this time of year you just get pelted. But we've never had this kind of wind damage consecutively, because we just had some damage 2 weeks ago from straight line winds up on our town square there, you know, and this has been a very rare occurrence to have this much damage right in a row like this.
Wow.
Right in that area.
Well, I appreciate the update. If you get anything further, don't hesitate to ring us back up as we're rolling toward newsbreak. Now, I've been mentioning most of these warnings that have been coming in were radar indicated. This is the first I've seen of a confirmed dangerous tornado on the ground. This is, again, southwest Missouri. You've got Hickory County, Cedar County, Polk County, and northeastern Dade County. A tornado-producing storm is on the ground, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. This is, again, a radar-confirmed damaging tornado. Take cover now. All right, confirmed tornado there. So we'll continue to follow, but they kind of told us it was going to be an active night. Newsbreak time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial has entered its 4th week in New York. The judge in the case found him in contempt of court for the 10th time due to violating a gag order. Trump had this to say entering the courthouse.
As you know, they've taken away my constitutional rights, so I'm not allowed to answer that question. This has never happened in this country before. It's a ridiculous thing.
The judge warned Trump that the court will have to consider a jail sanction for any future violations. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m. Monday, several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. Millions in the nation's midsection are experiencing severe weather Monday. That severe threat expected to shift eastward into Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois Tuesday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good to have you on board. Thank you much. Welcome back. I shared Santa Claus's email as he's on vacation here at the All-Inclusive in the Dominican Republic, and he said, yep, we are seeing a lot more Haitians on this trip working at the resort. We're about an hour's drive from the Haitian border. Santa Claus out. All right. Be careful. Russell in Dayton. Hello there, Steve. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. Steve, I'm looking at the radar in Missouri right now. I may be wrong, but if the pattern continues the way it's going, we may get hit by this. Prayers for all in Missouri. You truck drivers, be careful out there. Stay safe. Watch out for the other person. And continued prayers for Lone Ranger and the others who are in need of prayers. I can only listen to you till about 2 a.m. Eastern this morning, until tomorrow. Steve, everybody out there, have a good day. Thank you very much, Russell. Yeah, I mean, timing-wise, they're kind of highlighting a risk for this region, the Ohio Valley, Wednesday. They're really kind of focused in there. We're not going to be at quite the same level of risk as they are right now in the likes of Oklahoma and Missouri, but Missouri is the one that's all along from west to east. These storms, tornado-warned storms, are now beginning to move all the way over into central portions of the state. The latest that had just come in here at 12:32, about 3 minutes ago. That's Central Time, obviously. Benton County and St. Clair County moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. I have a sneaky suspicion, and a lot of these have been crossing the likes of I-70 had been warned. I think numerous interstates being impacted. So, yeah, pay attention to those warnings if they go off on your smartphone there. But, yeah, again, regardless of tornado warning storms, that line from about the Iowa-Missouri line goes straight down every county from the north to the south all the way to the Arkansas state line is under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning with that particular line. Yeah, pretty unusual to see that many counties being warned simultaneously. And I'm looking there, it's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 separate tornado warnings going in Missouri at this hour. And there's one still hanging in northeastern Oklahoma as well. What a night. How about the power outages? They had jumped from like 25,000 in Oklahoma, jumping up over 45,000 in just a matter of minutes, and the numbers are climbing. Currently in Missouri, it's just over 13,000. I think that as the updates come in, we're going to see a lot of power outages popping in this early Tuesday morning. Cue Ball checking in. How you been, brother?
Doing good. What a night to be out here and call in. I'm in that kind of sort of predicament. I'm on 67 South in Missouri, which is kind of more the central east side of the state. I'm looking at that radar, and I think if I hammer hard enough, I might be able to get past that crap before it comes where I'm at. Because I keep looking, it's kind of, I don't know, like I'm either going to run right into that sucker or I'm going to get south enough and it'll go over me. So I don't know. I guess I'll let you know later.
Oh, boy. So how do you make a determination what to do, right?
Put your seatbelt on. I guess if the truck goes for a ride, hopefully I'll still be in it.
Yeah.
If not, then not. I mean, in reality, what can a truck driver do?
Yeah.
His truck is his, especially when there's nothing around. Your truck is your shelter. You know.
I'm looking at the latest the latest tornado warning storm says right near Whitman Air Force Base. I don't know where you are in proximity to that, but that's the warning that just came out.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where that's at. I just got through Farmington probably about 30 minutes ago. So, but anyways, yeah, like I said, it'll be what it'll be. I'm not seeing anything yet as far as lightning or any bad storms yet.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like I said, I got the cameras ready to go. If crap gets on, we'll see how good them GoPros stick to the trucks. It is what it is.
Live action.
Anyways,
Action continues, as Lauren Weiss likes to say.
That's pretty much it, man. I hope everything's good for him. I know it's got to be rough, especially being away from home.
Yeah.
You know, when crap hits the fan. But I don't know. Tough people, man. You live in that area, you got to be tough to get through it. So I think they've got the experience the way it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So Steve Eagle talked about that 70. You know, I've been saying that for probably as long as I've been calling your show. The whole thing with this 72-hour DOT deal. You know, it's funny. They talk about they're going to focus on this, they're going to focus on that. Oh, so you're going to look for drug clearinghouse things and tractor protection. Okay. Don't have to worry. Every year they talk about what they put people out of service. Out of 10 times. This got. I kind of think that's all just a nice little. Yeah, we'll check on this. We'll check on that. But in reality, we're gonna go through your truck with a fine-tooth comb, and we're gonna find something because there's some kind of hose somewhere in your truck rubbing on something that it normally rubs on anyway. And that's just what they do.
Mm-hmm.
My attitude is, you're right, it's all about safety. So the safest thing for me to do is to make sure that my truck is in the shop getting work done that week because, safety. I'd like to make sure that, I don't have a hose that's rubbing on something it's supposed to rub on that might leave a mark or touch it or, otherwise bother the sensibilities of an oversensitive DOT officer. So Orwell will be in the shop those 3 days for safety. That's that. I've said for many, many years, if this trucking industry is ever going to stand up and tell the government, stop messing with us, taking our money, those are the days to do it. No one ever does. No, 100% agree with Eagle on that one. Talk about just, I find it comical to a point. So Texas got battered with storms, and now I guess drivers that are helping out with what the government wants done, those drivers are exempt from hours of service, but yet I'm sure the other drivers that are in the predicament that I might be in, especially if they're on ELDs, are they allowed to violate hours of service to get out of the way of a storm? Good question.
Mm-hmm.
How come they're not exempt, but yet if I'm doing what the government wants, you're exempt?
Yeah.
How about we just tell them, hey, rules for you and rules for me. I can't violate because it works for me. I can't violate because it works for you. I guess you'll just wait for your supplies. F off. But, government's always been a one-way ticket when it comes to that kind of stuff. I find it also funny talking about President Trump and these gag orders. First of all, Bongino talks about this all the time. He used to be Secret Service. You're not going to very easily put Trump in any kind of jail.
Mm-hmm.
At best, you could house arrest him at, Trump Tower or something. At best, and even there, that's a stretch to get that done. Because what are you going to do? You're going to throw him in jail? You have to empty off the whole building and make sure the entirety of the building is secure. That's not even possible. So I think Trump is well aware of this, and he's basically, without saying it directly, he's telling the judge to go F himself. You're not going to recuse yourself because your kid is making a fortune off of all of this nonsense? I think he's just putting it right to him. Go ahead. Make my day, as they say, right?
And now,
I think that's what's happening.
Yesterday, Trump pointed out clearly that they're asking for another 2 to 3 weeks for this case to keep going on. How much information can be divulged in relation to this little hush money thing? I mean, somebody wrote a check. It's that simple.
Right. And that's the thing, too. Since when is it's not even hush money. Since when is a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, illegal? But they word it as hush money. And they got us all saying it. It's an NDA. Non-disclosure agreement. That's it. How many of you this pile of money, you're going to shut your damn mouth.
And you're swearing.
Or we'll sue you. He already did.
You're swearing to never say anything about it. And she took the money, and ran.
Right. And then she ran her mouth, and the way I understand it, didn't he sue her and win?
Yes, he did.
I mean, he got the garden implement. He got a garden implement, the hoe. He got a garden implement to pay him. Now that's some stature, brother. Let me tell you. Usually you pay for the garden implement, right? The garden implement paid him. Yeah, so that's just, yeah. But the point I'm trying to get at is, it's awful funny. You were talking just a little bit ago about the integrity of the court system and laughing. How come all the so-called conservatives are screaming and hollering about a gag order because it's President Trump, but anybody else gets a gag order? They don't say a damn thing. Do you remember? I remember bringing it up, and the only one I remember talking about it was Rush, God rest his soul. When it was I can't remember the name. You'd have to look that up. I really don't remember. I think it was a senator in Wisconsin. I know it was Wisconsin. I think it was a senator that was going to be elected, and it was supposedly it was the one supposed defeating vote that was going to take down Obamacare when Obama was trying to get it pushed through. Do you remember that?
I do.
And then the supporters, the fundraisers of this particular campaign for the Senate office, it was like a special election or something, got SWAT raided. And then everybody ran and gave all of them gag orders. Meanwhile, the government ran their mouths. You drag these people who were unarmed, most of them unarmed. You drag them out of their house, dead. You'll pre-dawn raid style. To all the MemRaps and all that other nonsense, right? Flashbang grenades and a whole bit. They get dragged out of their houses in a full sight of everybody, and then it's illegal for them to defend themselves in the court of public opinion. Meanwhile, the government, you couldn't just, like they used to arrest John Gotti, just send a couple feds with suits, knock on the door at a Bergen Hunt and Fish Club, and walk them out the door peacefully. No, you had to send the damn SWAT team and the whole bit. And everyone's like, wow, what the hell did these people do? What are they involved in? And then they throw gag orders on them. They're not even allowed to defend themselves. But yet the government put on one hell of a show to arrest them and leaked like a sieve the whole time while these poor innocent people were waiting for trial. And I think a lot of the charges were dismissed, but yet it still had done the political damage it had done.
Right.
That was a long time ago. Funny how I remember that, and I was thinking if they let them get away with it then, they're going to do it way worse. Yeah.
Well, with all that Trump has been through, and undoubtedly, I don't know if it's about tarnishing his reputation because they've done everything they possibly can to do that, but just keeping him in the news under a negative spotlight and a negative microscope every day. Negative. That's, the goal is to try to convince supporters to change their mind. Now, I'm going to pause there. First, I got another confirmed on-the-ground tornado. I think this may be unfolding as one of those, what they call long-tracking, long-duration damaging cells. Drivers, you're on I-44. They're in Missouri, southwest of Missouri, between the 106 and 111. You got a confirmed tornado on the ground there. So heads up if you're seeing the warnings. It's Webster County, northwestern Webster County, Dallas County, and southeastern Polk County. All those, again, southwestern Missouri. Damaging tornado, radar confirmed on the ground as the active night continues. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Hey, I got an email from Grump here a few minutes ago talking about the tornadoes. He said, Steve, it's 12 miles from the Grump house. We have tornadoes both north and south of Sedalia. Right now, the sirens are blaring, and we have a tornado on the ground within 3 miles. That was from the Grump. I'm not sure what county he's in. There's another, as they say, confirmed damaging on-the-ground tornado. Greene County, northeastern Greene County in southwestern Missouri. Tornado-producing storm confirmed near Willard, 12 miles northwest of Springfield. Moving northeast 50 miles per hour. They don't mention any interstates there, but... All right, say a prayer for the Grump. Probably in his shelter at this point in time. He sent that email about 10 minutes ago, so... All right, back to cue ball. Yeah, you got to meet Grump there in Louisville here a few months ago.
Yeah, I've ran into him a couple of times. I think last year I met him too. Yeah, he's a good dude to hang out with. But yeah, no, what I'm trying to say is, Steve, it's so funny how, when you look at the political left and the political right and how things have changed to where some things that I've held in my, in my value system would be considered left and now are considered right, but yet I haven't changed a bit. I've been talking about lawfare, using the court system against people for a long time now. Listen, everybody knows the court system is quite corrupt. Everybody, all of a sudden now when it comes to, one or two particular cases, people are like, oh, they're doing it. It's been in plain view for the last 3-4 years where everybody's starting to pay attention, but yet everyone wants to believe, and my court doesn't do that. My judges don't do that. Well, you start looking closely, you start finding out, yeah, maybe they do. There's been a lot of these things happening. Like I said, back was that, 12, maybe more years ago, I was talking about that situation up in Wisconsin. And I knew that was, if they didn't do something about it then, and that was directly trying to wreck a campaign, they're doing it now. Except that it wasn't just some supporter for one senator. Now they're going after the presidential candidate himself.
Mm-hmm.
They should have stopped that nonsense back then. Back then, people should have been put in jail for lawfare in election interference. Judges, prosecutors should have been put in jail back then. And that was during the Obama years. It's funny how a lot of people have been paying attention, have been noticing that this stuff really amped up about that time. But no one's really taking anybody to task about it. Because, it's like, Tucker said it best, the left is screaming, defund the police, and the right screams, we love the police. Well, the right also screams from my cold, dead hands. But who is they going to pull them from your cold, dead hands? It'd be the police. The left aren't trying to defund the police. They're trying to repurpose the police. It's not just the cops, it's the court systems and everything. And people have to start taking a long, hard look at positions they've held in the past. And I'm not ashamed to admit I've had to do that my own self and, look back and say, was I actually correct in my thoughts then? And you adjust as you go. But you can't scream, they're trying to railroad Donald Trump. Meanwhile, believing that your prosecutor and your judge is clean as the wind-driven snow. You better start looking into some of the stuff that goes on and realize it's not just one case. It's the fact that we have ignored the myriad of things that I've mentioned for so many years. We've just, as a society, has ignored them and let it go completely to where now we're like, oh my God, it's gotten so bad. How did we ever? Oh yeah, I guess we did let it happen because we didn't stop it when it was small. When I was a kid, I remember, and we all did. We used to watch a very famous TV show. It was about government corruption and using lawfare and the police to chase down a certain family in Hazard County. Dukes of Hazzard. Every damn town has a boss hog.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the clock. You're right, yes. But that was all supposed to be fun and games. We got to get a news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump hinted that he's prepared to face jail for his principles.
This judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close.
Speaking after his trial was adjourned for Monday, Trump criticized the judge who warned him about potential jail time for violating a gag order by discussing witnesses in the case. He argued that the prosecution requested an additional 2 to 3 weeks to present their case, claiming that it should have already concluded and that his trial for hush money crimes is politically motivated. Reuters has reported that Israel has deemed the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas as unacceptable. According to an Israeli official, Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that Israel found unacceptable. The deal was brokered by Egypt and Qatar. Israel had earlier claimed to have made serious concessions towards a ceasefire and blames Hamas for the ongoing bloodshed. President Biden directly urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to refrain from a major military operation in Rafah during a phone call Monday.
Now, as you know, the president talked with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. The call lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that the president is opposed to a ground offensive in the southern Gazan city due to the risk to civilians. However, operations in Rafah seem imminent as Israel has ordered the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the city, which initially served as a haven for Palestinians fleeing northern Gaza. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m., several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden is reacting to the anti-Israel protesters on campuses across the U.S. as he's scheduled to speak on the topic at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
President Biden speaking at the White House saying students have a right to protest but not to break the law. Biden scheduled to speak at the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. as Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, begins, a week of events planned to educate this generation as to the atrocities the Nazis committed against Jews.
The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. This advisory, in place since August 2023, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, including homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas. Snoop Dogg is joining college football's bowl season.
I'm taking my talents, that's right, to Arizona.
The Arizona Bowl in Tucson will now be known as the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop. This year's game is scheduled to be played at Arizona Stadium on December 28th. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says she loves her dogs. During an interview on CBS, the Republican responded to criticism surrounding her new book, No Going Back. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. What do we have? Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joined us this hour. As we continue to follow a very active weather night. Yeah, damaging storms, straight line winds, lots of tornado reports coming in. We had that email from Grump a bit ago. I'm guessing maybe he is in Sedalia. He said, because he said we have tornadoes both north and south of Sedalia. In the right before the midnight hour, before the 2 a.m. hour, that warning came in. It says, Sedalia has seen extensive straight line wind damage and possibly a tornado as well. Now, they had the radar indicated rotation there for Sedalia. So that's Pettis and Cooper counties. That's central Missouri. And the latest one that just popped in, these are all now central Missouri. Chariton County, Randolph County, Howard, southeastern Saline County, central Missouri. This line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line damage. And they've got the radar indicated rotation with that particular cell as well. So, all right, hopefully if Grump was able to ride out the storm, we can get an update maybe. Let us know how you're doing there, Grump. Of course, there's a good possibility he lost power. And, the power outages are ramping up as anticipated in those particular states. I'm going to get back and finish up with Cue Ball. Who is rolling through Missouri at this hour, and everything still calm where you're at?
It's still calm where I'm at. I just got a weather alert on the phone while I was on hold. I just checked the radar again. I don't know how accurate it puts my pin where I'm at, but I might get lucky, I might not. It's going to be a photo finish.
Wow. Whether
I get south of the sucker or not. So, yeah. But no, Steve, I just think that, like I said, I was making the Dukes of Hazzard comparison. All politics are local in the end. We've been letting this stuff go by in small local municipalities for so long that people don't even recognize it. They don't recognize it, don't pay attention. It doesn't make the news, so no one pays any mind. But it's all fun and games until it's happening to you, and I've seen it enough times. But the flip side of it is when they get it right, you got to give them the credit they deserve when they get it right too. And that's the other flip side to it. You hear all the bad stuff that happens, but if I give you an example, there was a situation in Wisconsin I saw on the news a couple of days ago. Some kid thought it was a bright idea to bring a pellet gun to school and threaten other kids with it. Mm-hmm. Of course, they went through the whole school shooter bit. Cops rolled up, and the kid this again, according to what the news said, kid pulled this damn pellet gun. It was a pellet, not a real gun, but a pellet gun, like an air gun, airsoft kind of deal. And he pulled it on a cop, and the cop blasted him. Okay, well, that sucks, but man did his job. He's going to have to deal with that the rest of his days. But don't you think that community needs to support that guy? As far as the one that got shot, well, you brought a pellet to school and you pulled it on a cop. As far as I'm concerned, dig a hole and bury you. You're done. And when you get it right, you get it right. When you get it wrong, something's got to happen, and that's where in the criminal justice system, from the cop all the way to the judge, there's no actual accountability, and corruption runs rampant. We used to joke about it all the time with TV shows. And now that they're getting direct political presidential candidates, now we're all upset. Mm-hmm. We should have been paying attention to this a long time ago. However, now that we're paying attention, it's time to start making moves, to start putting the right people in office, to start having the stones to take on the corruption where it actually lies. And sadly, I really haven't seen a lot of it. But it's starting a little bit, maybe. But we're certainly paying attention now. So maybe in the future, things will start to sway back to the direction of freedom as opposed to tyranny. Speaking of tyranny, Has anybody noticed something that it just seems to be timed perfectly? Almost like we've seen this show before. So I heard, I guess there's another variant of COVID-19 that we're all supposed to fear. Do we run for our lives now, or do we wait? Which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
Or you got going that one? Oh, and what's the other one that? Let's see. First, I remember. I'll try to remember. I've heard of many different ones. I remember the swine flu that kind of turned into nothing. Now it's the bird flu. What's next? The squirrel flu? The dog, cat flu?
Well, we had, remember,
just pulling this.
We had the monkeypox, remember? And then we had, what was it?
Oh, I forgot about monkeypox. That's the other one I forgot it was. Yeah. So it's just enough of the, enough of the over panicking. And that's the thing. If anything were to actually happen to where you actually have to worry, would you believe anything from those saying run for your lives? Do you believe the CDC on anything? If they told me, if the CDC says aspirins will cure headaches, I think I'm buying something else when I got a headache. I don't believe a damn thing any of them have to say. And it's like, oh, wait, we got an election in November. Now it's bird flu, another strain of COVID. What else are we supposed to run? Oh, that's right. Because just like about 4 years ago-ish, we had COVID season and riot season. Now, you remember duck season, rabbit season? Excuse me. So now we have riot season again, except not quite as bad. It's on the college campuses. And I'm sitting over here just laughing at the whole damn thing, because I just love when my enemies go after my enemies, and I just sit here and be like, well, I guess you didn't see nothing last time it was riot season. Maybe this time you'll think about it when it's you that they're taking out now. But I'm starting to see the unrest in the streets, the run for your lives because of some germ or flu or something. And I'm kind of sitting here wondering, gee, I've seen this once before, and it wasn't all that long ago.
And I begin to just,
it looks familiar.
I sit back and anticipate when do we get, because maybe we're just going to reverse thing from COVID to riot season, but now we've got protest season, and then the bird flu thing's going to ramp up to where we got to have mail-in ballot season.
That's the ultimate goal, I think, is to get them to try to Iggy this one up just like they did the last one, because they know that they're going to get their asses handed to them if it was just a fair, straight-up type deal. I think ultimately that's what they're going to try to do. The problem is, Steve, in a lot of these states, they'll get away with it. And I think that in the states that matter are the ones just saying, I don't think, what were they last year? Arizona, they're still lost in the sauce. We know Arizona can't count votes to save their soul. Michigan, do you think Michigan changed anything to fix that? That whole kerfuffle over there?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody straighten out Pennsylvania? Did Wisconsin straighten it up? There was one more state I'm missing. Refresh my memory on it. There's one more that 4 years ago hung on. Michigan,
Georgia.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia. Georgia, you're right. Did Georgia fix it?
Nope.
The ones that got away with it the last time didn't do spit, S-P-I-T, since the last time. And last I checked, the political landscape of those states haven't changed since then either. Pennsylvania is still ran by a left-wing nut job. Wisconsin used to have a conservative Supreme Court, which is why we were one of the first states to open during COVID, but we're not any longer. We still have that wackadoo governor. You still have that that chick that looks like a damned like a dominatrix type of Whitmer. She looks like she belongs in a like a sex dungeon type place with she's got those evil eyes.
Right.
But I don't know why. She just looks evil. She looks like literally she belongs whips and chains beating the hell out of people in like a kinky way. I don't know why. It's just the way she does her makeup and her hair. She looks that mode to me. Sorry, but you still same thing up there, and you got that lily livered Kemp still in Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a Republican, but he's I don't know. I think he's to the left of RFK. I mean, he's just not that. He's not very strong. So, and in Arizona, we all know from recent events, Arizona's hopelessly lost. And those are the 5 states that's going to screw it up for us all again.
Sadly, I think you're probably on the right track there. And I can throw out an update from the state of Illinois this past day, which kind of looks like they're already trying to mess with the November election. We'll share that with you coming up here. First, I did get an update from the Grump. Looks like he said the bad stuff has moved on east. Just lots of rain, wind, and lightning right now. We are getting reports of trees being down across some of the city streets here in Sedalia, and some of the rural roads are flooded, but all is good here at the Home 20. Thank you for the update there, Grump. Now, he also had shared, before the storms were rolling in there a little bit earlier, his 2 cents worth, as he always likes to say, just my opinion. Kind of right along the lines of what Cue Ball was talking about a moment ago. Some of these, the weaponization of government. Steve, if that judicial hack of a judge wanted to protect the integrity of the court, he would have dismissed this ridiculous case without prejudice. That's why I literally laughed when I said protect the integrity, right? This Alvin Bragg interference debacle reeks of a sad attempt to create a process crime during the proceedings. There was a reason Bragg refused to offer specifics as to the actual crime President Trump's being tried for. Bragg is a disgusting slob who wants to present this case to the jury as a vague possibility that crimes were committed in hopes of convincing them beyond reasonable doubt that Donald Trump is guilty of something. Bragg is a joke, a political puppet whose strings are being pulled by Democrat donors and like-minded political assassins that seek power over we the people. This fake trial is also a warning shot across the bow of any future presidential candidates that dare confront the swamp dwellers with the threats to make America great again. Now, Bragg has manipulated the language of federal law in a sorry attempt to rewrite the law as something that would include his state office as a prosecutorial agency. He is full of crap, and if Trump is convicted in one of these fake charges, it will quickly be dismissed in the appeals court, and I hope the Bar Association goes after Fat Alvin for ethics violations and prosecutorial malpractice. As always, just my opinion from the Grump.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you very much. Let me see, our latest tornadic warned cell in Missouri. Drivers, if you're rolling Interstate 70, this tornado warning impacts between mile markers 91 and 114. That's central Cooper County against central Missouri. Tornado warning there. I-70 between the 91 and 114. Buckle up tight, hang on. All right, so I guess Wheelchair Dave didn't chime in on this. I guess they had a Formula One race, the Miami Grand Prix. And some fans stunned, they say, by the prices of food and drinks. Attendees at the high-profile Formula One race over the weekend posted pictures on social media of the menus, the Hard Rock Stadium campus. I'm trying to think back if this was something from maybe a few weeks ago, or is this more recent? Anyway, they said fans were left in shock and awe. Some of the concession prices, $280 lobster rolls, $180 nachos, $190 fruit refresher. Fruit refresher, what's that? Chilled prawns coming into the whopping $290. An ounce of caviar added to any item would set you back another $400. In addition to the F1 platter, which was sliders, quesadillas, and chicken tenders, that was on the menu for $290. Okay, meanwhile, the drinks were just as expensive. The cheapest bottle of wine, $190. A bottle of Hendrick's gin, $560. Now, this was from what they call the prestigious Hard Rock Beach Club, which is kind of like in the VIP section of the circuit. Now, they said the cost of food and drinks in other sections of the race were cheaper, but I thought it was kind of outrageous going to went to the college baseball game there on Sunday, and much like menu prices were more like a major league game. A typical, I think they did have, it was a 16-ounce beer, but your Miller Lights, Bud Lights, Coors Lights, $10 for a beer, $6 for a hot dog, $8 for a brat, $6 for a pretzel. You got to add $1 for a little cup of cheese. I mean, I thought that was outright for a college baseball game. I wasn't at a Reds game, but hello, Philip. How we doing this morning?
Oh, we're doing good, bud. That was last weekend down in Miami, bud. I had some friends that went from Disney down there.
Oh, okay.
Went to the F1 race. Yeah, that was last weekend. F1 is always expensive with F1. I don't care where F1 is in the world. It's always expensive because they generate a lot of revenue in what they do.
And I think it's
how they do it.
It's kind of like the Super Bowl, isn't it, where you have a whole lot of celebrity people that have lots of money. They're in there and they know they've got the money to spend.
Well, just think about this, Steve. I mean, I was looking at Facebook. I mean, my friends were from Disney down there, and they had pictures of Hulk Hogan. They had pictures of Richard Rawlings from Gas Monkey. They had pictures of all kinds of celebrity stars and all kinds of stuff down there that were in the main area where the start-finish line was.
Okay.
And all the garages were.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's a lot of cash. I mean, it's like going to Daytona, you know? I mean, and I'm not sure. I don't keep up with F1, but I don't know how many times there are here in America. I know they ran out in Austin a few times out in that area. But, yeah, it's big money. It's not – F1 is all about cash. Those are the most technical cars that can be out there. It's not these guys sitting on top of a camper in an infield drinking a beer. You know, I mean, these guys are high class. I mean, you look at Lewis Hamilton, what he wears to some of his photo shoots when he comes, or you know, his interviews and whatnot. You can tell there's a lot of money involved in that situation. So it is what it is. Well, they scrubbed it last night there, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, I tuned in to the countdown right about the time they called a scrub. And then I kind of stuck around for the post press conference where they kind of explained what went on with I guess some sort of a valve or something. They didn't say at the time whether they would be able to get that repaired in time for maybe trying again tonight, or whether it's going to be several days. I haven't seen an update since then.
I haven't seen an update either. My wife was going to wake me up last night to watch it, and she said, if I don't wake you up, you know it didn't go.
Yeah.
Well, I woke up a little bit around 11 o'clock, and I'm like, she didn't wake me up, so I figured I'd pull the phone up, and I looked it up, and
Scrub.
They said there was a valving problem with the Centaur stage, an oxygen valve that was chattering. So, it's always valving. If you see a lot of these technical problems with them systems, it's either a hose or a valve that's something's leaking.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm looking at the clock. I need to pause.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial has entered its fourth week in New York. The judge in the case found him in contempt of court for the 10th time due to violating a gag order. Trump had this to say entering the courthouse.
As you know, they've taken away my constitutional rights, so I'm not allowed to answer that question. This has never happened in this country before. It's a ridiculous thing.
The judge warned Trump that the court will have to consider a jail sanction for any future violations. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m. Monday, several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. Millions in the nation's midsection are experiencing severe weather Monday. That severe threat expected to shift eastward into Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois Tuesday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com. Alrighty, jumping back into it here. I scrolled a little further down on that Formula One race over the weekend. Apparently, they listed some of the names. Kelsey was there. Travis Kelsey. You know, Taylor Swift's boyfriend. The stars were aligned. Miami Dolphins wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. was there. Some singers, will.i.am, Camila Cabello. Former President Donald Trump was even on site to take in the race day. NFL icon Tom Brady was spotted earlier in the week at the Grand Prix, as was Kendall Jenner. You know, I guess they call them all the A-list names. All the superstars. They've got plenty of money I guess they can eat their caviar. All right, Philip, welcome back. Yeah, we left off talking about the valve issue there and whether or not they'll be able to make an attempt. During that press conference, the guy got a little bit technical, trying to say that they're going to do what they can to see if they can work it out, and if they have to replace it, that would entail a little more work to remove it and replace it, but I guess they'll give us an update later. He's going to be working through it all night long. So,
well, I know SpaceX has got another launch over there today, and then they've got one in California today as well. It's going to be another busy day for those guys.
Yeah.
The Starliner, man, they're behind the 8 ball. They need to get that thing going. So I'm hoping they can get that valve fixed quickly and get her rolling. I want to thank Wheelchair Dave. He mentioned Apollo 1 yesterday. That's the accident that actually killed the astronauts. They were in a test mode, and they couldn't get out of the capsule fast enough, and they perished inside the capsule. He mentioned that it was on 39. It actually was on 34. Up and down that coast there's a horn. That's Cape Canaveral itself. There's a lighthouse on the end of it, and then there's all kinds of launch complexes all around this lighthouse. The lower numbers are in the south, and the upper numbers are in the north, and it just runs right up that complex area. I mean, it's just that whole area of the Cape up there, and this is actually the first launch from the Air Force side. If they can get this Starliner off, it's the first launch they've had there since 1968 with the Apollo 7, which was on launch pad number 34, which was the Apollo 1 pad. So that it's a big deal to get this one going, and I'm hoping they can get it off. That's the launch is at it's at LC-41 is where Starliner's at. SpaceX has LC-40. That's the one they just upgraded to where they can launch humans out of now, because they had to put a crosswalk on it so they could go out to the rocket to load the astronauts into the rocket. So that we haven't seen SpaceX do it yet, but they're supposed to have another. I believe they've already had one out of there. I'm not sure. I have to check that one out. But most of the shuttle missions were done on 39A and 39B. Those are the ones that are right off of the VAB. They have a road that runs down, a 3-mile road that runs from the VAB down to those two pads, and it splits off. SpaceX has 39A, which is the Apollo pad that we all know from the moon mission.
Mm-hmm.
The big Saturn V's were on the 39s, and the smaller Saturn 1s and 2s and all that stuff, that was all on that side over there where Starliner is. So, but it's just funny, everybody kind of mentions 39, the number 39, because everybody knows that number from Apollo. From the Apollo, they associate the moon launches with that rocket, and all those big rockets, they went off over there, man. Steve, do you know why Cape Kennedy was set up originally like that? Well, it wasn't Cape Kennedy, it was the Merritt Island thing to start with, because when Kennedy was still alive, they didn't name it Cape Kennedy until after he passed away. But that was set up to test the V2 rockets we brought over from Germany back after World War II. We all know who von Braun is. I mean, he's the guy that there wouldn't been a Saturn V rocket that had been from Wernher von Braun. But those VT rockets were the start of those Saturn rockets and what went on with it. It's a pretty interesting story. If you ever get a chance to read that about it, it's if you're into that kind of stuff, it's a pretty interesting story how they came about and put everything there. And Steve, do you know why it's located where it's at? Did you ever hear that, Steve?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you look at the geographical location of where Cape Canaveral is, and you look at where like Boca Chica is, where they had the Starship work happening. We are in the right area above the equator to get into space. We're basically kind of in the center of the world, so to speak. So you think about it, if you want to put a satellite up going north, you're in the center, you can shoot it north, you're not going to have to go as far. Same way with south. If you want to go south, you don't have to shoot it as far. You know what I mean? You don't have to put as much angle on it to get it to where it needs to go. So that's why Cape Canaveral is where it's at. And that's why they did almost all the rocket testing and everything there, because of its geographical location. So that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good one.
All right, as always, thanks for checking in, and we'll see if we can get an update. Will they reattempt that launch? I'm looking at some of the photos coming in from earlier in the evening when the first few reports of tornadoes were coming in out of Oklahoma. And Barnsdall, the community of Barnsdall is one. We're getting first looks at the tornado that went through the town of Barnsdall, then on into Bartlesville. Significant damage in Barnsdall. Trees down, power lines down. Highway Patrol shutting down roads around, and search and rescue operations were getting underway. We had been tracking this tornado from southwest of Skiatook Lake, calling it a violent tornado. Winds of 130-plus miles per hour at least. She said, thinking of this poor community right now after they were just hit with the tornado last month. And from KOTV out of Tulsa, one of the local forecasters there, meteorologist Megan Gold, shared some photo. This was a photo of the actual tornado. That was a big one. First look at the tornado that moved through Barnsdall and Bartlesville tonight. Crews are on the scene in those areas. Now, again, that was going back earlier in the evening. And we've seen a whole bunch of warned cells moving through Missouri tonight. Let's see, do we have another update? Yeah, in Oklahoma, yeah. Cherokee County, east central Oklahoma, just in. Radar indicated tornado there. Yeah, at least the number of tornado warned cells has slowed a bit, but we're still seeing sporadic, occasional warned cells there. From Iowa through Missouri and down into northeastern Oklahoma. The update on the launch, the Atlas V carrying astronauts for the first time, was fueled for blastoff Monday night to boost Boeing's long-delayed Starliner crew into orbit for its first piloted test flight. Trouble with the valve in the upper stage forced mission managers to order a scrub just 2 hours before takeoff. Kind of a frustrating disappointment for Commander Barry Wilmore, otherwise known as Butch, and Sunita Williams, or Sonny. They were in the process of strapping in for the launch when the scrub was announced. Kind of brought to mind one of Wilmore's favorite sayings, which is, you'd rather be on the ground wishing you were in space than in space and wishing you were on the ground. NASA said in a blog post early this morning the launch will be delayed until at least Friday to complete data analysis on pressure regulation valve on the liquid oxygen tank of the upper stage and determine whether it will be necessary to replace that valve. If the analysis concludes it's safe to launch, NASA, Boeing, and the Atlas V builder, United Launch Alliance, could recycle for a second attempt at 9 p.m. Eastern Friday. If the valve has to be replaced, the rocket would have to be hauled back to the vertical integration facility for repairs, delaying another launch attempt to at least Sunday or maybe later next week. The issue is how many times the pressure relief valve in question, trying to seat itself, rapidly opened and closed, causing a humming sound that engineers could hear at the launch pad. A similar behavior has been noticed in the past, and engineers have a workaround that would normally resolve the problem. What you would typically do is activate solenoid that forces the valve closed, cycling the valve, if you will, and it almost always stops. Once we had crew off, we cycled the valve, and it stopped buzzing. Now, if this was a satellite launch, that would have been the standard procedure. The satellite would be in orbit. That changes the state of the fueled Centaur. We don't do that when we've got people on board. So when we've got astronauts, if it was a satellite, they would have cycled that. And I guess with humans on board, at the risk of a fueled rocket, you don't want problems, right? So the flight rules called for us to scrub, take the crew off before we could cycle the valve. He said the valve used to maintain the proper pressure inside the Centaur stage's liquid oxygen tank was qualified for 200,000 open and close cycles. But the valve doesn't have any sensors to directly measure those cycles. Engineers plan to work through the night analyzing the accelerometer data from the sensors that are mounted on that stage to determine maybe how many times the valve actually opened and closed. And that'll determine whether it may have approached or exceeded that qualification limit by launch time. And if that's the case, they undoubtedly will have to replace it. So there we go, a bit of an update on the launch scrubbed this past evening. Hello, good morning, Vic. I believe, do we have Vic on board? Vic may have dropped off, or he might have, he could have dozed off. Anonymous Hippopotamus.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking the call today. So I wonder if they'll be able to count like in a matter of like 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 15 seconds, how many times that valve opened and closed, and then go with the time, the amount of time that they had the issue for, and then calculate that out to what that relief valve does.
I don't know how they would. I mean, it's something moving so fast. I mean, it's vibrating so fast that it's causing a buzz or a hum. So obviously it's moving fast.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. So anyways, I got pressure relief valves on my trailer, and most of the time we just want to make sure that they don't open, because a lot of times, because they don't ever cycle, if they do open for any reason, a lot of times they won't return themselves to a closed position. So that means until there's no product going out, there isn't any way to stop it. So if we got to we try to be a little careful to make sure we monitor our pressures a little bit there. So the other trailers there that run down the road, they actually do cycle quite a bit there. And that's why sometimes you see gas off, like the liquid nitrogen or the liquid oxygen, and that those trailers, and the helium and the hydrogen, they actually cycle relief valves to maintain pressure. So, but as far as my propane goes, it should never have a reason to open. The only reason it would have to open is if it was having heat added to it, which would mean it was probably involved in a fire somewhere. So unless the amount of product in the trailer was too much for the temperature that it was getting to be, which is the reason we monitor what we put in, and kind of pay attention to what the temperature is going to be through the day and everything, to make sure there isn't going to be a temperature increase to cause an issue. But anyway, so now that I've completely bored everybody with that, well, let's see, where was it? About a month ago there, we had a couple months ago, we had St. Patrick's Day, and I told you there was 34 highway deaths in the state of Delaware. Remember back there, right. St. Patrick's Day just before, 34. Well, coming down the road today, they've updated their electronic Indians, and they now say that in 2 months there's now up to 44 highway deaths in the state of Delaware. So just to give everybody the update on that. I heard you talking a little bit earlier there about the I-95 in Connecticut deal there with the tanker truck. So do we know why the tanker truck was stopped apparently on 95 underneath the overpass? Has it come out at all why that truck had stopped there?
I hadn't seen or heard whether it was actually stopped, or it was 3 vehicles involved altogether, and I'm not sure whether there was how the accident all unfolded, right? But it's some way or another the tanker ended up under that overpass when the rupture occurred.
Yeah, because I did hear one report, and so that's why I was under the assumption it was stopped. I did hear one report that the truck was stopped on the road.
Okay.
On the side of the road. So anyways, if that's the case, I'm hoping it was for a mechanical malfunction and not just some reason that the driver stopped, because the hazmat trailers trucks and that aren't supposed to be stopped on the side of the road for just that reason. So I don't remember the outcome of, you know, what happened with the occupants of the vehicles. It's gotten to be far enough that I don't remember what all became of everybody. But anyways, I'm just hoping that the driver, if he had stopped there underneath the overpass, that it was for a mechanical reason and not just because, you know, he needed to make a cell call or he you know, needed to water the tires or something like that. But anyways, we talked a little bit about that, and you and I talked afterwards that because being a gasoline trailer, it's multi-compartment. Of course, you have your regular unleaded and your ultra, and you had probably some diesel in there too. So, you know, everything's kept in separate compartments. So apparently the one compartment got compromised and caused a fire. And again, going back to this pressure deal, apparently the fire that was around burned fast enough and didn't create enough heat to structurally, you know, take away the integrity of the other compartment. So the other 4,000 gallons was actually contained in his compartment and not released into the fire.
I was kind of astounded by the fact that, because I mean, right there toward the tail end of the show the other night. When was that? Was that Friday? And I forgot to ask you about that last night. They said 4,200 gallons approximately. Yeah, that tank had ruptured, but they said there were still 4,200 gallons in obviously the other section. And I said, how in the hell, looking at the video and everything, that was an intensive fire, flames 100 feet into the air. How did that tank not rupture and explode?
Well, with the flames being 100 feet in the air, that's where the high temperatures are. So it wasn't putting the tank under the extremes of the, you know, the strongest part of the fire. So the until that part of the other compartment got compromised, which with the release, it must have been so fast that the fire happened quick and big, and it didn't cause the extreme temperature to affect the rest of the trailer and the other compartment that wasn't damaged in the accident. So that compartment was able to maintain its integrity and hold the product in, and then the fire burned around it. Now, if the fire, you know, it burned continuously around the truck to where it would have, you know, caused the aluminum and everything to break down and melt, then at some point there would have been a, you know, release of that compartment. But apparently either the fire department got there quick enough to start cooling everything with water, or as I say, the fire burned fast enough and far enough away that, you know, above everything, because it's not the liquid itself that burns. If the liquid runs out of the ground, the liquid has to turn into a vapor, and of course when the fire's burning, it's making everything rise, so that's carrying the extra vapor further up in the air to where it has to find oxygen to actually be able to ignite. So most of the fire happens up in the air as it's going up, and it's actually away from the trailer. So that's a good thing. So you only had the minimal damage, but they still did have to remove apparently the whole overpass above 95. And I didn't realize that it was a different road than the 95 that had to be replaced myself. I really didn't ever see any pictures of the whole thing. So anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. And I guess as far as Eagle goes there, and it doesn't matter if you're kind of out here driving the truck, you're responsible for it. So it doesn't matter who owns it. We always say you're the captain of the ship, and you're supposed to be in control of it. So that's why we get the tickets for driving them down the road for if they find violations. You're supposed to know it. You're supposed to do your pre-trip, post-trip, and all that. And if you find problems, then you're not supposed to run it down the highway with the problems to get a ticket. You're supposed to get it fixed before you go down the road. But anyways, so and one last thing here, we'll toss it out there for the Make-A-Wish. There's there's still $1,000 out there from Hot Shot Secret that hasn't been matched yet. So that means that's $1,000 that needs to be matched to have Hot Shot Secret, toss their money our way. So I was just doing a little quick calculation here, and not to do a Sundance thing of math here, but if 20 people donated $5, it'd be 200 people. If 200 people donated $5, that'd be $1,000 to finish off the Hot Shot Secret money. So it's not like we're asking for the big $10 million Michael Jordan. It's just we're asking for maybe 200 listeners to maybe donate $5. 100 listeners donate $10. I don't know. Lunch money, Your Honor. Lunch money, coffee money. So anyways, that's about all we got there for you. And what did we say? Mother's Day was what? This Sunday,
This
May 12th?
Sunday,
All
yes.
right, Your Honor.
Okay. Just a matter of days away. It's almost here. All right, seen as inquiring minds want to know, he was asking, I found the complete breakdown of how that all unfolded. And the bridge that they were talking about, the bridge was over I-95. So whatever bridge that, whatever bridge that was, that's going to be out of commission for a long time. 95, they took the bridge down. 95, they repaved the burned up interstate, replaced all that, got it back open for Monday. But coming up, we'll give you the full report, how that all unfolded last week. And coming up in the upcoming hour, we'll get an updated NTPA report here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds, or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump is weighing in on his New York hush money trial. The former president speaking to reporters after leaving the Manhattan courtroom on Monday, dismissing the case against him as election interference.
Government just said that they want 2 to 3 more weeks. Anybody in there would realize there's no case. They don't have a case. Every legal scholar says they don't have a case. This is just a political witch hunt.
Columbia University is canceling its main commencement ceremony due to concerns about anti-Israel protesters. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says violent protests are against the law, adding it's unfortunate that a small group of people took things over and robbed the students of a graduation ceremony.
We feel for each of the graduates, and we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium to call for protests peacefully.
At least 3 people have died due to flooding in southeast Texas, including a toddler. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott at a press conference Monday talks about the state's post-disaster priorities.
Regardless of what type of event we are dealing with, whether it be a hurricane, a flooding event, a fire, whatever, the main thing we want to do is to protect lives.
Cleanup is now underway, and a disaster center has been set up in the Houston area to provide supplies to those in need. A warning is going out to vacation goers heading south of the border. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. The advisory, in place since August of last year, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, such as homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House Judiciary Committee is aiming to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusing to provide audio recordings of President Joe Biden's interview with the special counsel who investigated his handling of classified documents. The Republican-led committee is planning to hold a meeting to review a contempt report and hold a committee vote on the matter on May 16th. If the House votes to hold Garland in contempt, it would mark the 4th time in U.S. history that a cabinet member has received such condemnation. The House voted to hold 2 former attorneys generals, Eric Holder and Bill Barr, in contempt in 2012 and 2019. More variants of COVID-19 are popping up across the country. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Believe it or not, there are new COVID-19 variants popping up in the U.S. The new family of variants, nicknamed FLIRT, include KP.2, which is now the dominant variant. Another FLIRT variant called KP.1.1 is also hitting in the U.S., but is less widespread. Thankfully, cases and hospitalizations are down, and the country is in the middle of a COVID-19 lull. But the new FLIRT variant are bringing up concerns about another wave of infections this summer.
The trainer of Mystic Dan, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, says there is a possibility that the horse will run in the Preakness Stakes on May 18th. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. It's now officially your Tuesday, 7th day of May. This may very well be the first break we've come back from where we don't have any fresh tornado warnings to pass your way. It has been an active night for sure. And, fairly confident when the sun comes up in a few hours this Tuesday morning, the path of destruction through parts of Oklahoma, Missouri, Iowa will be apparent. As a handful of these warned systems were confirmed destructive tornadoes on the ground rather than just radar indicated, which sometimes they may or may not be on the ground sort of thing. There's going to be damage. We do know that. Now, we'll continue to keep an eye on things. Getting back to answer Horsefeather's question there earlier. How did that fuel tanker end up under an overpass? The fiery 3-vehicle crash that shut down Interstate 95 Thursday and through the weekend, unfolding after a 22-year-old Stamford driver in a Chevy Camaro struck the front end of the oil tanker while attempting to change lanes. The sports car traveling southbound in the 4-lane highway's far right lane about 5:30 a.m. when it merged into the right center lane occupied by the tanker, leading to the initial collision. The tanker, which was hauling 8,500 gallons of oil, then veered into the left center lane, struck a tractor trailer, bursting into flames before coming to a stop directly under what was the Fairfield Avenue overpass. And none of the drivers reported injuries. Now, in the aftermath, Norwalk Fire originally said the crash occurred after a sedan cut off a tractor trailer, prompting the tanker to swerve into another vehicle in an effort to avoid a collision. But in the email over the weekend, a spokesman for state police confirmed the Camaro struck the tanker while trying to merge in front of the truck. That collision forced the sports car to spin onto its side. The tanker truck, owned by Standard Petroleum, said the business has shared the video from the tanker's dash camera with state police. The video clearly shows that our driver was not at fault. The state police have not asked for anything else at this time, but we will fully cooperate if they do. All right, the 22-year-old driver of the Camaro is from Stamford and graduated from the University of Connecticut in December, having attended the school's Stamford campus, according to a university spokesperson there. And this is the first I had seen. I thought it was this says it was hauling 8,500 gallons of oil. So rather than gasoline, which I'm sure that has a much different flashpoint, right? Maybe that would explain how the 4,200 whatever gallons that did not ultimately catch fire didn't. All right, so that's interesting update there. I saw out of South Carolina, and I could swear I saw a headline a few days ago where this is also going to be coming to an end in the state of Tennessee. How this became such a popular thing, I don't know. I'd never heard the term until, I remember, I think Kyle was on his way somewhere for one of our Hot Shot Secret racing events. Last summer or the summer, time flies, but a year or so ago. And they had something that broke on the rear end, and he said the vehicle looked like it had the Carolina squat. To which I said, what the hell is a Carolina squat? And he had to explain it to me. South Carolina drivers have, I guess, less than a week before a squatted vehicle is going to cost you more than just a warning. The grace period for the Carolina squat ends this Friday, meaning authorities will start issuing tickets rather than warnings for vehicles with front fenders 4 or more inches above the rear. Like I said, how that became popular, I don't know. But I was young and I was cool. I had my old 78 Camaro that had the air shocks in the back, and I thought it was cool. And sitting up looks like a race car, right? How a vehicle pickup truck with the front end sticking up, looking toward the heavens, became cool, I don't know. Manager of Black's Tire and Auto Service says he's never been a fan of the Carolina Squat. We did have people come in and ask to squat their truck. I personally wouldn't do it because it's not safe. He said not only does squatting a vehicle cause visibility issues for the driver, it's also tough on the motor and the transmission. When the Carolina squat ban officially went into effect in November, he said he was relieved. I'm not getting requests about squatting anymore. I'm getting the opposite now. We're getting people coming in wanting us to level their trucks so they're not squatted anymore. Mechanics, they say, not the only people seeing fewer squatting enthusiasts. Corporal George Johnson of the Myrtle Beach Police Department says since November he has only issued 2 warnings, but this doesn't mean he hasn't been having conversations with drivers who don't understand why the law is in place. Education is just as important as anything. When we talk to them, they're like, yeah, I've had trouble trying to make that right-hand turn, or I've been up on the car and not be able to see them. And again, that's what we've looked at the whole time. It's the safety aspect. But when the grace period ends Friday, officers will pull over if the squat on the vehicle is obvious. But he also anticipates people receiving tickets for squatting when they've been stopped for something else first. Regardless of how it happens, he said he wants everybody to know that we only have safety in mind. It's not about trying to change anybody's way of thinking or self-expression. The first time you're ticketed for a squatted vehicle, it'll cost you $100. If you do it more than once, that number will go up, they say. Now, like I said, that's out of South Carolina. I know I saw the same headline somewhere in the state of Tennessee. I don't know what the date was. That may have already kicked in, but all right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. As we have followed the weather through this Tuesday morning, let me give you an update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here. After intense weather with great risks to lives and property we saw this past day and this Tuesday morning, now we're looking at subsequent days of severe weather over the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys right into midweek. The threat of severe weather will extend southward and eastward come Wednesday and Thursday. It looks like Wednesday will be another big day in terms of severe weather and the risk in the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. But some heavy, gusty, locally severe storms are expected to extend as far to the east as the central and southern Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic coast. Wednesday, the storms in the east, away from the main activity in the Midwest, can briefly be severe at the local level in terms of wind, hail, lightning, and torrential downpours. The storms will extend eastward like an arm from the intense Maine severe weather west of the Appalachians. In terms of an escalation of risks, Thursday is shaping up to be a big day in terms of severe weather for parts of the east. We have added a moderate risk of severe weather on Thursday that includes a large portion of the mid-Atlantic region from southeastern Pennsylvania to central North Carolina. So D.C., Baltimore, Norfolk, Virginia, Dover, Delaware, Raleigh, North Carolina are all within this zone. Philadelphia, you'll be on the edge of that moderate risk. The major southern cities, Charlotte, Atlanta, Charleston, South Carolina, some risk of severe weather on Thursday. Some risk of severe weather Thursday extends along an arched 1,500-mile-long swath from central New Jersey all the way back to central Texas. while the number of tornadoes produced in the mid-Atlantic will be significantly less than that we have seen Monday on the plains and Wednesday in the Midwest. Some of the region at risk is densely populated. Along with the threat of a tornado Thursday, there will be the likelihood of storms packing high winds, hail, and flooding downpours. Okay, even looking ahead, they say by Friday, storms, some severe, will shrink southward, focusing on a zone from southern Alabama to southern Georgia and maybe part of southern South Carolina on down to northern and central Florida. It does look like by the end of the week we may finally be looking at a bit of a weather pattern change. We could sure use a break in the severe weather in the central states. Okay, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Who we got on board? Is that Vic?
Yeah, this is Vic there. Yeah, I was listening to you there, and my phone went kind of funny there for a while, and I was listening to Q-Ball and everything. And you were mentioning about over there at Whitman Air Base there in Missouri. That's where the B-2s are located. So I don't know if they have tornadoes over in that, close to that or not, but I can imagine they're scrambling pretty good right now.
I mean, they did. I mean, when I was talking to Cuba, they did have a tornado-warned cell that was supposedly right there. I think that was one of those confirmed tornadoes, but don't know if it actually hit the base or not.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and he said he was on 67 there in Missouri. I guess they finally got that all fixed up. I don't know if it's 4-lane all the way or not, but you don't have to take 55 if you go into Texas anymore. You used to be able to cut off there and take 66 and down through Little Rock and hit, I think it was whatever it is there, 30, 20, whatever. It'd be 30 there going through Little Rock and then on down into Texas. But anyway, I kind of digressed there a little bit. But you were talking about the CBS thing. You have to bear in mind that, it's been quite a few years since I've been in the truck, and I had one of those Bluetooth CBs, and I just always had it on weather alert. And that's how far I go back now. Everybody's carrying a cell phone with the alerts on it.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get a CVSA sticker on a truck, is that still supposed to be where you won't get inspected again or not? Because I know back when I was out there, you always hoped when you had a good trailer and you didn't get stuck with an old trailer, that you would get inspected at that time, because then they'd put the CBS sticker on your tractor and on the trailer. And whenever Eagle was talking about all that stuff, said he was a company driver, those 72 hours, that's a lot of fun, because you never know what you're going to get stuck with if you have to drop and hook trailers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, like I said, I don't know if they still do that or not. If, once you get inspected, then you're kind of clear to go. And the other thing I was calling about was, you cleared that up though about the tanker that got hit, or what that
correct,
got lit up underneath the overpass. And way back when, I remember on the hazmat rules, you had to be careful where you parked when you had a hazmat load on. Wasn't supposed to park next to railroad tracks and tunnels and one thing and another. So I didn't know if they updated that. And that kind of leads me to the other thing. Do they still do that red and yellow and blue and terrorist alert like they were doing years ago when they first come out after 9/11?
Honestly, I haven't heard anything of that in years. Yeah, I don't know if that's still. What was that? They had actually set up a website. What the hell was that? I remember what you're talking about, but I don't think they're still doing it.
Okay, well, see, this Hamas and Houthis and Al-Qaeda and all the ISIS and all this, these are all terrorist groups, or were supposed to be. I think some got taken off the terrorist list. And it just struck me as odd that they're not having any terrorist warnings with all these campus protests and everything else, because basically you can look at it one way. They're anti-Israel protests or they're pro-terrorist protests. So, it looks like the Department of Homeland Security should be involved in that. Of course, I know they're not, and they're just trying to honestly, I don't know what the Biden administration is trying to accomplish anywhere other than try to somehow finagle a way to get back in office and make sure Trump doesn't, in short. But it was just odd that when we think back to post 9/11 and all the effort that went into anti-terrorism and everything now we seem like we've totally flipped, and we're basically letting people support these terrorist organizations and all these people protesting on college campuses and every place else. According to the Patriot Act and other things, they should be being looked at very hard as far as supporting terrorism. Another thing that really strikes me curious, we have a lot of big financial people backing these protests, and they all seem to come back and want to divest from Israel. And being a bit of a conspiracy, it's like, I think it's time we look at all these people that have a financial interest. Let's see what they're invested in. Are they shorting stocks that relates to Israel, or I believe it's time to take a deep dive into their finances and see why they would even be financing outside protesters on college campuses and depriving a lot of people of graduation or even going to school, and many of them are going virtual, but they're not getting any reduction in their tuition or their room and board or anything of that nature. So I don't really expect the Garland administration to do that, but the Garland DOJ, I should have said. But I suspect that they'll be trying to finagle around that. And you were talking about all these diseases. Along with that, I forget who was holding the House hearing, but they were holding a House hearing on this EcoHealth, the workaround that, Fauci used to go ahead and do work with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And I'm pretty sure I seen on that they said that they had left 178,000 viruses there at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And nobody knows, what they are or what they did with them or anything else. And 178,000 seemed like an awful lot, but I was pretty sure that's what I seen. But even if it was only 10, apparently, in this whole Fauci workaround thing with EcoHealth, we left China with a lot of deadly viruses and the knowledge on how to create more. So, who knows what pandemic they're going to try to come up with next, because China is not cooperating. And again, the whole China, Russia, Iran thing, just outright enemies of the United States, and they're all worried about this, all these different cases with Trump, which are rapidly falling apart. And the guy down in Georgia, he said, well, office romances, that's just a normal thing. If I was an HR person in a private organization, that would scare the heck out of me, because for someone to come out and say something like that, that office romances are a normal thing around corporations, Steve, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I mean, or discriminate, whatever you want to call it, sexual harassment or whatever. So, that cue ball was, he went over that whole thing about how corrupt our judicial system has become. And that's just another example of it real quick. But by and large, the thing I was really calling in about is I don't know how we went from fighting terrorism, sending people over to Afghanistan, searching the caves over there, looking for Osama bin Laden, and we make a big deal out of the fact that we killed Osama bin Laden, but we left about at least three terrorist organizations emboldened in the process. We've had ISIS, they're from Syria. Then we've got the Houthis. We have Hamas. We have other countries firing at our military bases in Iraq and Syria. So something is definitely, there's been a serious malfunction at the junction, as they used to say. So I really have to wonder, what exactly is somebody trying to accomplish other than the complete overthrow of the U.S. government? And we just keep bringing more and more people in from different places, and they have no idea what they're up to or why they're here, and it's just all up to your imagination. But the really big thing is that just the way we flipped on the whole terrorist thing in the last 20 years. When I think back to the olden days there, when you had a cop sitting at every daggone tunnel you went through, you wouldn't allow any hazmat in it. I mean, it's just, you've been through it all.
Yeah.
When you go back and look at all the rules then and the rules now, it's like something is going on that needs to be corrected. And I believe Trump's the only guy that had enough courage and enough resources to correct it. And there are other people doing everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'll just let it go at that there, Steve.
Very good. Thank you much. Vic, you have a great morning. Thank you for chiming in. Thanks for dialing us back up. I'm looking at some of the reports coming in. I mentioned earlier as the evening was, the severe weather was getting underway, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening, back into western stretches of Oklahoma, that they had confirmed a tornado in the Barnesdale area. That was one. Now, I am looking at some of the reports coming in. Apparently, the Barnesdale nursing home posting on Facebook that their facility took a direct hit in the storm, and we're asking for prayers. Let's see. There has been one fatality confirmed out of Barnesdale. The Sheriff Eddie Verdon confirming one was killed after storms hit Barnesdale late Monday evening. Also, he confirmed multiple injuries. Come back and give you more of what we're seeing. This is going to be the first of what's probably going to be many reports of damage from tornadic activity through the overnight hours.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial has entered its fourth week in New York. The judge in the case found him in contempt of court for the 10th time due to violating a gag order. Trump had this to say entering the courthouse.
As you know, they've taken away my constitutional rights, so I'm not allowed to answer that question. This has never happened in this country before. It's a ridiculous thing.
The judge warned Trump that the court will have to consider a jail sanction for any future violations. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m. Monday, several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. Millions in the nation's midsection are experiencing severe weather Monday. That severe threat expected to shift eastward into Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois Tuesday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, we continue to bring you the latest on a severe weather night with numerous tornadoes and already reports of lots of destruction coming in. Some of these storms now moving into northwest Arkansas as I look at the latest tornado-warned cell. Northwestern Crawford County, northwest Washington County, southeastern Adair County. Those are northwest Arkansas and northeast Oklahoma, kind of the adjoining, right there at the corner. Radar indicated rotation with this one, but this, for truckers or drivers out there, Interstate 49, this tornado warned cell includes the mile marker 33 and between mile markers 35 and 47, 35 and 47. That was... Let's see, just a few minutes ago, that one had come in. Had another one out of Missouri, Douglas County in southwestern Missouri. Again, radar indicated cell there. So they've had several rounds of tornado-warned cells in southwestern Missouri. Okay, it is 844-3388. Clear lines for the first time this morning. I had mentioned Barnesdale. That's a community that was hit by a tornado with that outbreak here just a week or two ago. Oklahoma State Police said Gilbert's Field House in Barnesdale is a safe place for families to go if they're searching for missing loved ones this morning. Areas of Bartlesville hit the hardest. The area of Dewey Avenue, likely more significant north of Tuxedo Boulevard. Significant damage reported at Circle Mountain. The fire department, the Dewey Fire Department, and the Copen Fire Department responding to trapped individuals at a Hampton Inn location there all have since been rescued. The public utilities working on downed power lines. Numerous roads shut down with downed power lines. Major damage reported to residential areas in northeast Bartlesville and to medical facilities near Jane Phillips Hospital. Some roads are closed in these areas. Multiple roads are closed due to fallen trees and other debris. Bartlesville police will be working 12-hour shifts until further notice. I think I mentioned Sheriff Eddie Verdon with the Osage County Sheriff's Office confirmed one person was killed after the storms hit Barnesdale late Monday evening. Verdon also confirmed multiple injuries there. So you've got Barnesdale and Bartlesville, two separate areas, I guess, adjoining, right? Anyone who needs help in the aftermath of the Barnesdale tornado can go to the Pawhuska High School gym. They are opening all their doors. You can donate water, blankets, clothes, snacks, and any supplies at the high school. The superintendent says if anyone needs a place to stay, they're more than welcome there. And we did mention the Barnesdale Nursing Home posting that facility had taken a direct hit in the storm. And they were asking for prayers. All right, moving over back to the protesters. Well, where does this end? It was yet another crazy day Monday. As more and more universities are trying to end this pandemonium, New York police reportedly made at least 24 arrests Monday as they clashed with more than 1,000 anti-Israel protesters carrying Palestinian flags near the star-studded Met Gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. While marching toward the museum, protesters vandalizing the 107th Infantry World War I Memorial, where an American flag was also lit on fire, according to the New York Post. Protesters scrawled Gaza in large black letters on that memorial and covered it with stickers that read, "Stop the genocide, end the apartheid, free Palestine." Some protesters climbing atop the bronze soldiers, waving Palestinian flags, or draped them over the soldiers. A video from Freedom News posted a self-described Ukrainian journalist showed police dragging a protester onto the street while officers in riot gear escorted another who appeared to be handcuffed. Another person wearing a mask was dragged to the ground, handcuffed, as police warned protesters to stay on the sidewalk. Demonstrations reportedly were expected for the gala, an annual gathering of celebrities and fashionistas with enough glitz and glamour to light up the Las Vegas Strip, but coming at a time of worsening inflation that's pounding the pocketbooks of most Americans. The protesters set out from Hunter College, where the activist Palestinian group known as Within Our Lifetime called for a day of rage protest and began marching toward the museum. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. That was the group of about 1,000 protesters, again as they waved Palestinian flags, wearing their face coverings, but they could not reach the museum. Police managed to divert the crowd into Central Park before blocking the exits. The protesters then filed out of the park and were within sight of the museum, but dozens of officers formed a blockade, preventing them from heading north. They tried to reach the museum again by turning down East 81st Street, but again stopped by more police barricades at the intersection with Madison Avenue. Soon after, police met the protesters head-on 3 blocks uptown and began making dozens of arrests. Okay, then we head on down to the state of Texas, which, according to the New York Post, we're going to the University of Texas in Austin, where over half these protesters that were arrested this week were adults with no ties to the university rather than students. The university issued a statement stating that of the 79 people arrested on our campus Monday, 45 had no affiliation with the university. Protesters included a former elementary school teacher, a costume designer, a Palestinian store owner, and entrepreneur, all of whom were between the ages of 30 and 59, unaffiliated with the university. Authorities confiscated guns, buckets of large rocks, bricks, steel-enforced wood planks, mallets, and chains from protesters, according to the school, which said there had been staff members who were physically assaulted and threatened. In addition, protesters headbutted police, hit them with horse poop, and slashed their car tires with knives. University of Texas president had called in state troopers to quell the protest on April 24th and make arrests. So I guess this was like last Monday, not yesterday. But these numbers validate our concern that much of this disruption on our campus and elsewhere are being orchestrated from people outside the university, including groups with ties to escalating protest at other universities around the country. One of the protesters, 55-year-old Julian Reyes, who seems to be a protest regular in Austin, featuring his confrontations with police that he calls micro-tyrants on his YouTube channel. He was one of the non-UT affiliated individuals arrested on the 24th for criminal trespassing, and he allegedly refused to leave despite a notice to disperse given by police. He's been arrested at least 9 times and calls himself the Lizard King. He was seen being arrested at UT while carrying a lizard. Arrested Sophia Doretto Chudi, 28 years old, a former 3rd grade teacher who was fired from Becker Elementary School in Austin for bad-mouthing her superiors on TikTok over an administrative review of her teaching. We have noticed an intentional attempt of teaching your students about their legal and constitutional rights. That was part of her review. Some of the concerns raised by administrators at the time included why her students were sitting in protest during the national anthem. So she's an instigator, she is an agitator, and she is brainwashing 3rd graders to be our future protesters. Fairfield, Texas, local Molly Bigger, 34 years old, an associate producer at Cardinal Trio Pictures in Los Angeles, among those arrested at the University of Texas in Austin. These people coming in from all over the country. Agitators, instigators. And Scarecrow joins us. Good morning, Scarecrow.
I'm not here to agitate anybody, Steve.
Thank you.
Just here to celebrate the overnight drive. Steve, if any of your listeners have never heard of the Carolina squat, you all owe it to yourselves that they can do a search sometime just to satisfy your curiosity. You know, you brought it to my attention, Steve. Oh, I'd say within the last year, possibly last summer or so, it came up in conversation. And I kind of had a inkling what it might actually be, but, you know, until I did the search, I was just speculating, and Steve, I looked at those images, and I tipped my head one way and tipped my head the other way. And I'm a car guy, truck guy, automotive guy, but I could not see the sense at all in going that route.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can't even see over the hood, right? That's all you can see is the hood of your truck.
Well, I had this vision of maybe doing the rear end in a lowrider fashion, and leaving the front kind of stock, original or such. But that's the most ridiculous looking. You talk about a waste of dollars and cents, and a lack of common sense. But I guess to each his own. But the thought of driving something like that down the road in a safe manner is totally, off the charts. Oh man. No, there's just some things that I guess it goes with age, just not able to grasp. Listening to your report there on the tanker and the Camaro, a heat wave, if you're out there, now you maybe know the reasoning behind GM's ditching them and bringing them back and online and ditching them then every time there's a high-profile crash involving the Camaro. This must have been an omen that this fuel tanker was going to be involved in one that they've dumped the production this last time. Now, just relax, Heatwave. I'm not degrading Camaros at all. I totally regret giving up. I had a 73 Z28 that I bought new, and I regret to this day having given it up. But when you're young and cash is not readily available, you do what you got to do, right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Let's see, Steve. There's a birthday at the Crow's Nest tomorrow, being Wednesday, and it's not the birthday of my bride. So the process of elimination, that should kind of spell it out. Like at Christmas time, come birthday, she says, "So what do you want for your birthday?" Well, as the years go by, and I'm sure you're probably finding this, a physical item, gift or such, they're just not all that important. Assumed as anything and everything, for the most part, that you need or expect or want. That being, a year back, I guess that pickup was a birthday present to myself. And, by the way, it did just turn over 1,700 miles. So either way, she puts the question to me, Steve, and I looked at her and kind of gave her a smirking smile and raised my eyebrows, and she says, "You got to be kidding." And I said, "No, I'm not kidding." He said, "I might be 68, but I'm not dead." And she says, "You're kidding." I thought, what a slap in the face. But so I don't know if I'll be reporting on that later in the week or not. We'll have to play this one by ear. Now, overnight drive, we certainly don't want to leave any listeners confused or dazed or in question. Now, last night, and Vic, I know you're you're out there listening. Apparently, I had something in my description of the U2 had you scratching your head or such. Now, maybe it was when I brought Hawaii into the mix. What took place, my son and his squadron mates, they were moving 2 or 3 planes from South Korea to Beale Air Force Base in California for some, I don't know, very serious upgrades or such. And to do that as a solo, no nonstop flight would be pretty extreme. That's almost on the edge of range and endurance. So they flew through Hawaii, where they changed pilots, and this falls into what I brought up about air shows, how you do not see a U-2 at an air show, other than maybe doing a flyover, because the logistics of having the ground crew and maintenance crew, in tune with that plane, the fact that that's the only plane that uses that type of fuel. Now you have to, bring in special fuel just for, wherever that plane lands, and it kind of goes on, and that when they did that, the logistics for the stop at Hawaii, they had to bring in 28 extra ground personnel just to bring it in and get it back up in the air again, and to complete the flight to California. So in a nutshell, I think that's pretty much everything I had said. As I say, if you see one doing a flyover, it's in the United States. It came from Beale, that's Sacramento in California, and that plane has taken off. It's flown to the air show, done a couple flyovers, and head right back to California.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be hard pressed, Steve, to find out if it may have been displayed somewhere, at an air show, possibly Oshkosh, if anywhere. But even the SR-71, that may have been an Oshkosh one time, but I think I also heard that it had an engine failure and wound up putting down in Milwaukee. I don't know if that was the same flight or year or not there, Steve. But so either way, Vic, that's I hope I've cleared up anything that I skewed last night there. Otherwise, I'm still out here, man. So I'll be listening. That's all I got, Steve. We'll do it again.
Thank you so much. Man. Thank you. Good to hear from you. Scarecrow. Hey, I just popped up. Boy, it's a little bit late. Better late than never. I'm obviously, Debbie's snoozing at this hour, but she did chime in earlier via Messenger. I miss a lot of my stuff via Messenger. Debbie said, "Good morning, Steve. It's a comfy 63. We're going up to a stormy 78 degrees for Tuesday. 14 more school days for me. Then, hoping to make it out with my special driver more often. Everyone stay safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a terrific Tuesday and hopefully not a thunderous one." I know that I guess things are beginning to ramp up. Everything going to kind of continue crawling eastward Tuesday. I think they're really highlighting our region, my region, I should say, kind of the Ohio Valley. Come Wednesday, we shall see. Meanwhile, 844-3388. Let me reload. And tornado warnings have been ramping up again. We're now kind of moving over into Arkansas. Tornado warning, Franklin County, Crawford County, and Sebastian County. These are west, central, and northwest Arkansas. Radar indicated this thunderstorm line capable of producing a tornado. And as the case has been much of the night, these storms, just straight ahead, motion speed, 65 miles per hour. If you're moving at interstate speed and you're lucky to stay ahead of this line of storms moving at that rate of speed, moving east at 65 miles per hour. That is incredible. This tornado warning does impact some of our interstates. Interstate 40 in Arkansas between the 6 and 41 mile marker. Interstate 540 between mile markers 1 and 2. Interstate 49 between the 22 and 35 mile marker. And many of these are cells that have been prompting tornado warnings for hours. Numerous other counties. You kind of go back in time. You see it was warned and continues to. And some of these earlier had been confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So that's the way these long-lived, long-track cells tend to work. Oftentimes they'll be on the ground for an extended period of time. Sometimes they'll briefly weaken and lift and then begin to gather more circulation again. Now they'll come up and down for many, many miles. So heads up as we move on over into the state of Arkansas. That's just the latest of many warnings we've seen here this Tuesday morning. Final hour coming up here. Pappy chimes in just ahead. He's probably about pulling in his driveway at this hour. If he's working tonight, that I'm not sure. What else we have in the mix coming up here? I neglected to bring you our NTPA update. We'll have to take care of that in the final hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump hinted that he's prepared to face jail for his principles.
This judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close.
Speaking after his trial was adjourned for Monday, Trump criticized the judge who warned him about potential jail time for violating a gag order by discussing witnesses in the case. He argued that the prosecution requested an additional 2 to 3 weeks to present their case, claiming that it should have already concluded and that his trial for hush money crimes is politically motivated. Reuters has reported that Israel has deemed the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas as unacceptable. According to an Israeli official, Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that Israel found unacceptable. The deal was brokered by Egypt and Qatar. Israel had earlier claimed to have made serious concessions towards a ceasefire and blames Hamas for the ongoing bloodshed. President Biden directly urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to refrain from a major military operation in Rafah during a phone call Monday.
Now, as you know, the president talked with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. The call lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that the president is opposed to a ground offensive in the southern Gazan city due to the risk to civilians. However, operations in Rafah seem imminent as Israel has ordered the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the city, which initially served as a haven for Palestinians fleeing northern Gaza. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m., several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is reacting to the anti-Israel protesters on campuses across the U.S. as he's scheduled to speak on the topic at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
President Biden speaking at the White House saying students have a right to protest but not to break the law. Biden scheduled to speak at the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. as Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, begins, a week of events planned to educate this generation as to the atrocities the Nazis committed against Jews.
The U.S. State Department is reiterating its advisory for Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California after the discovery of 4 bodies. This advisory, in place since August 2023, points to widespread violent crimes in Mexico, including homicide and kidnapping. Restrictions on U.S. government employees limit emergency services for citizens in certain Mexican areas. Snoop Dogg is joining college football's bowl season.
I'm taking my talents, that's right, to Arizona.
The Arizona Bowl in Tucson will now be known as the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop. This year's game is scheduled to be played at Arizona Stadium on December 28th. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says she loves her dogs. During an interview on CBS, the Republican responded to criticism surrounding her new book, No Going Back. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, it's been a busy Tuesday morning. And continues to be. Latest tornado-warned cells in northeast Missouri. So we've gone from northwest now to northeast, literally crossing the entire state overnight. Rawls County and Adrain County. Radar indicated rotation in that particular cell. You got northwest Arkansas as well, several additional counties. Southwestern Madison and southeast Washington County in northwest Arkansas. Now, that is also a radar-indicated rotation there. Heed the warnings, hunker down, right? All right, as we get the final hour underway, it's 844-844-3388. What are some of our other friends who had chimed in earlier? Let me see. Obviously, Rick in Columbus joined us a bit earlier. Roki checked in. Somebody had asked about, it was Vic asking about the color code. He said, yes, they still use the National Terrorism Advisory System, which contains 3 threat levels. Imminent threat level or imminent threat alert, which warns of a credible, specific, and impending threat. Yeah, that was recently used with a Middle East event. Okay, thank you very much, Roki. And a lot of so-called protesters don't even know. This is Daniel checking in from out west. A lot of these individuals just don't know anything about what they're protesting. Let's go back to the 30s at what happened in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Poland. History is going to repeat itself because obviously it's not being taught in school anymore. The hatred towards the Jewish nation, the Israelis, is no different now than it was in the 1930s for the same reason. And we have the Biden administration trying to appease terrorists. You cannot appease a terrorist. Then his puppet master, Barack Obama, stated that he would side with the Muslims. And look what has happened since Joe Biden has taken office. Yeah, he's done everything he could to help destabilize the Middle East, giving Iran back a bunch of money so they could support terrorism. Nobody's going to convince me that this was not an orchestrated event by liberals who want strife in the Middle East because they make money and they can direct the media to watch that while they're screwing everybody else over, taking away our freedoms here in America. All right. A couple of others. Let's say Philip was chatting with some folks out there. Arkansas, he said something about hunker down, Rolla, Missouri. It's coming your way. Really bad cell northwest of Rolla towards Vienna. Fort Smith got a tornado watch and warning as well. Let's head on over to Pappy as what's going on this morning?
What's happening? Besides the rain.
Kind of a busy night weather-wise. Got a feel for those folks in the central states.
Man, I flipped over to the... This is the first time I even seen it. I was just going through the channels. I guess it's the Fox National Weather Channel.
Fox Weather, yes.
Yeah, I was checking that out. And they showed right there where that came through. They like clean the screen, but just put all the little tornadoes that were radar tornadoes, I guess, so far. You know what you were saying.
Yep.
Steve, there was a bunch of them, man. You probably talking 15, 20.
Oh, they've been pouring in all night long. Absolutely.
Yeah. Then they put some of the straight line winds that were clocked in some of these areas. They were talking 75, 80 miles an hour winds in some of them spots. I don't know if you've seen that or not. I just glanced at the TV. I'm pretty sure they were talking about tonight. I don't think they were talking about,
I mean, I can look at it as the warnings come in. They pop up on my screen, and they go back and they kind of clean the screen after 3. In just the past 3 hours, there's been in excess of 30 tornado warnings in just the last 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
That's absolutely crazy, man. I mean, I remember the April 3rd, right? Back, 74, I think it was?
Yes.
I remember that. I seen Steve, I was sitting on the front couch looking out our window in the front yard, and it was hailing. And this hail ball came down. I swear, this thing was about the size of a baseball.
Yep.
Softball even. And I'm like, man, when it stops hailing, I'm going out and I'm getting that thing. Well, it stopped, and I went out and grabbed that hail ball, looked up. Damn, it wasn't a tornado, man. It was that one that went through Sailor Park. So, yeah, I actually got to see one that day on April 3rd. It wasn't no ways close to our house. I don't know what the hell year it was. I was in high school when we had a tornado. I don't know if you remember this. It cut across Race Road by the 74 overpass, and I was spending the night over a buddy's house. Man, it started. I mean, it was just lightning, and I'm like, holy crap. We had these big sliding patio doors, and I pulled them curtains back to look out. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big spark. I thought it was maybe a lightning bolt, but it was a transformer that blew. I went around the corner because Tom, he was coming out of his bed. Steve, there was a 2x4 coming through the ceiling of his house.
Yep.
We're like, what the hell? We walked outside, walked across the street, went about 50 yards up, and there's a subdivision, went down this hill, and that whole street just got hammered. And I remember just the insulation from the roofs.
Yeah.
Yep. Insulation scattered everywhere. And ran in, got on the phone, called my dad, woke him up. I think he was a little pissed. Because he used to be a 9 News photographer, worked for Al Shotacati.
Really?
Right?
Yeah.
I said, Dad, yeah. I said, Dad, man, there's a tornado hit over here by Tom's, man. You might want to grab your camera and come out here, man. But, man, Steve, I'm telling you, these leftists want to start a civil war. That's the whole reason all this is going on. They don't give a crap about Palestinians. And I'm telling you, Steve, we've said this before many times over the years. They're going to come into the wrong town, poke the wrong bear, and they might just get their wish, man. Last thing we want to happen, but this country ain't going to fall, Steve. I'll just leave it at that. Man, I loved your comment at the beginning of the show.
Get a job, you bum.
Get a job, you bum. Steve. So there's this dude. We get a call. Fight in progress. This dude runs up the street to confront one of his neighbors, I guess you can say. He's out there hooting and hollering, calling the guy out. So the guy comes out and they get into it. And we show up. We didn't arrest either one for assault, but we gave him some DC coupons, disorderly conduct. The guy, you know, the one that went running up the street, he's all pissed off, you know. I'm like, oh, dude, you want to come out here and act like a fool, act like an idiot, you know, sitting out there filling out the coupon. It's just like getting a kind of like a traffic ticket. You can pay it out by mail or take it to court, fighting in the street, disorderly conduct, minor misdemeanor. I pay your salary, and blah, blah. You know, man, he's just going off and off. A little box on the citation. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Where you work at, man? I'm on CCI. Social Security income.
Yeah.
Disability.
Yeah.
I said, dude, I thought you said you paid my salary, man. You ain't paying those frickin' taxes. You frickin' bum. I'm paying your damn... Dude, right. I thought to myself, get a job, you bum. If you can run up the street, right, call this dude out and fight him, don't tell me you can't get a job, man. You know? You tell me you're disabled and you're up here fighting this dude. Come on, man. Go to the MMA, man. You know, go be a star. At least you can do that if you can fight, you know. What a bum. Jeez. But, man, I don't know, Steve. That's about all I got, really. Bongino played a clip up on the hill. Jim Jordan really came out and rid this guy. What it was that they were talking about the government's involvement with these social media companies like ScrewTube and Facebook, right? About them censoring us. And, I mean, we know now that they were caught red-handed. We know that they were doing this. And so they were interviewing this guy from the Biden administration, and he flat out admitted it, Steve. On the clip, I'm like, holy crap. And then he goes, well, you know, we didn't have, we were afraid to get disinformation out there, and you know, we probably should know. I think I screenshotted that. Maybe I'll send it to you. Where he says we probably shouldn't have, but we did.
Yeah. And
then Jim Jordan asked him, "Okay, well, you know, you said you know we're doing this for the good of the order, right? So what's disinformation? You're saying you didn't want disinformation out. What's different disinformation?" It's just blood. He couldn't answer that.
Wow.
And Bongino pulled up these emails from the guy that Jordan was interviewing, right, to some executives at YouTube, talking about it coming from Wuhan. You know, there's no confirmation of that. You can't be saying that. There's no confirmation of that. And you know, Biden administration telling YouTube, hey man, anybody saying this, you need to censor them, and they joined right on in. Got the emails, man. It's in writing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I don't know. I found that a little comical. You know, they just lie to our faces. Somebody said something earlier tonight. I forget who it was, but man, I think it was Q-Ball. We said this till we're blue in the face. Don't believe nothing these people tell us. Nothing from the mainstream news. Nothing. Nothing from the White House. Nothing from the CDC. Nothing from the World Health Organization. Nothing. Like he said, man, hey, there's a new virus out there, and if you don't get this vaccine, you will die. Screw you, pal. I ain't taking that thing. I say it's a shame. No faith at all in any more government institutions.
They killed confidence and trust with the lies during the COVID. Yes.
I don't know how you get it back, Steve. I mean, seriously. How do you get it back? So you get married, you find out the missus is been cheating on you or whatever. I don't know what other example to use.
Mm-hmm.
You kiss, make up, forgive. She does it again. Kiss up and forget. She does it. I mean, at the point you're just like, I never trust you again. I don't know, man. All right, brother. Well, good show, man. Good show tonight. Got a lot of good calls.
I appreciate you.
I got all my cigs rolled.
All right, you were off tonight.
All my cigs rolled. I'm done.
Ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Back on duty.
Or I would have hung up. I would have been hung up at 4 a.m.
At 4 a.m., I ain't sitting out here in the damn car to talk to Steve.
All right, buddy. Thanks for taking the call.
Have a good morning. There you go. All right, here's another. There's a difference in radar indicated and confirmed. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Northwest Arkansas and west central Arkansas. You got Madison County, Franklin County. The National Weather Service in Tulsa says that is a confirmed tornado. About 5 miles west of Cass. So damaging tornado and golf ball size hail, and confirmed once again. Hail size up to 1 3/4 inches in diameter. So what started off as an active Tuesday morning continues to be just that.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
It was late last week where essentially Jack Smith, the special counsel, the guy that's hell-bent determined to go after Trump, Jack Smith, his team admitted that key evidence in Trump's classified documents case was altered or manipulated, leaving two different chronologies. One that was digitally scanned versus what is actually in the boxes. Smith also misled the court after originally telling the U.S. District Judge, Eileen Cannon, that the boxes remained, quote, in their original intact form as seized. But then in a footnote, they conceded that they removed classified documents and left what they call placeholder sheets, which prosecutors acknowledged has created an inconsistent record in which some of the documents are no longer in the same order as they appear in digital scans made in the fall of 22. The government acknowledges that this is inconsistent with what government counsel previously understood and represented to the court, says the footnote. Now, this finding after Cannon ordered a review into whether the FBI may have seized legally privileged records in response to a request from Trump's co-defendant, Walt Nauta. Since the boxes were seized and stored, appropriate personnel have had access to the boxes for several reasons, including to comply with orders issued by this court in the civil proceedings noted above, for investigative purposes, and to facilitate the defendant's review of the boxes, according to Smith's team in the Friday filing. He goes on to say, there are some boxes where the order of items within that box is not the same as in the associated scans. The organization of the documents in storage boxes at Mar-a-Lago is likely to be an important part of Trump's defense. His team's expected to argue the documents were stored in the White House in chronological orders on the days that Trump received them, and that staff simply boxed them up, sent them to his home without him assessing them or knowing they contain classified info. Now, Smith's team tried to downplay the problem, argued it's not a reason for delay in the case, but numerous legal experts say the court found that essentially is an admission of evidence tampering. This could be a big problem for Jack Smith and his team. We'll see as the world turns, right?
USA News Update. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial has entered its fourth week in New York. The judge in the case found him in contempt of court for the 10th time due to violating a gag order. Trump had this to say entering the courthouse.
As you know, they've taken away my constitutional rights, so I'm not allowed to answer that question. This has never happened in this country before. It's a ridiculous thing.
The judge warned Trump that the court will have to consider a jail sanction for any future violations. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupted graduation ceremonies Monday at Pomona College in California. Around 5 a.m. Monday, several dozen activists set up an encampment on and around the commencement stage. They vowed to block the ceremonies until the school agreed to divest from companies with ties to Israel. Millions in the nation's midsection are experiencing severe weather Monday. That severe threat expected to shift eastward into Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois Tuesday. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
The ones who keep events running safely have passed their exams. The ones who keep events running smoothly have finished their lessons. Now, the only classes that are in session are for the fans to enjoy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Part of the NTPA's off-season program includes educational and training sessions for the association's entry clerks and technical officials. These 100-plus individuals carry with them both behind-the-scenes and on-track responsibilities for executing the NTPA's membership, credentialing, competition, and safety rules. Last Saturday was the second of 2 online entry schools, which featured demonstrations of the NTPA's customized event registration software, introductions and reinforcements of policies and procedures, and lively discussions of best practices. It's the clerks who keep competitors, event promoters, officials, and the main office on the same page so we can start on time and entertain our fans with well-organized pulling shows. In early spring, the wraps were put on the half-dozen in-person tech schools conducted by Tech Services Director Marvin Epperson. The sessions, which crossed the country from Florida to Minnesota and the calendar from January to April, included a detailed slideshow illustrating several pieces of specialized safety equipment with which all competing vehicles must be equipped. Then every official had to pass a written exam on their current rulebook that was evaluated by the independent SFI Foundation. More than 100 national and state events depend on these officials to inspect every vehicle and promote fair competition. You may only get to see the ones who wave the red and green flags, but everyone who wears the shirt deserves your thanks. Now attention turns back to the regular season schedule and a brand new online portal for Grand National Competitor Class entry. The NTPA has partnered with Trackside Systems of Canton, Ohio to digitize all full year and provisional membership forms for competitors and their vehicles. To sign up or enter a Grand National class at any event, the competitor must create an account with a valid email address, complete and purchase his or her license and vehicle registration if not already done, park the vehicle or vehicles he or she intends to drive in his or her online garage, and then choose the events, sessions, and classes to be entered with that vehicle. The Trackside portal is open right now for competitors to create their accounts, finish their driver license and vehicle registration forms, and fill out their garages. Over the next 2 weeks, the portal will have several events open for entry so that competitors can combine their fees for several polls into one purchase. The deadlines for online entry for each event will be noon on the Monday prior to the event, or in case of the first event in Benson, North Carolina, noon on Tuesday, May 28th. After this deadline, no further GN entries will be accepted online or on-site. While the Trackside service is available for all competitors to complete their 2024 membership documents, these pre-event online entry policies do not apply to regional national classes. They do apply, however, to regional competitors entering Super or Grand National classes. This represents big news to modernize the NTPA's membership and event entry processes. With it comes more information available to the promoter for arranging pit parking and other accommodations, to the association to better organize tech inspection and social media promotion, and to the fan who gets to know for sure that his or her favorite puller will be there to cheer to victory. For more information about the Trackside portal and online GN class entry, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you for this week's update, Mr. Dunlap. All right, real quick before I get back to your calls, at 844-844-3388. Let me get back and finish up with the Jack Smith and his team, which apparently have really bungled things. Alan Dershowitz says prosecutors and investigators should never tamper with or alter evidence in their possession, including the order of documents in a box, because no one ever knows what may become relevant or crucial to a court or a jury later in the case. Defense attorney Tim Parlatore, who worked on Trump's legal team earlier in the documents case but no longer is involved, said this admission is stunning on multiple levels. This reinforces the incompetence of prosecutors in conducting basic criminal investigations and prosecutions that I observed when I was on the team. But at a deeper level, the loss of specific document locations is a destruction of exculpatory evidence. I went through all the boxes at NARA, and the document order was important because it was clear to us the boxes had been untouched since leaving the White House. Now, for prosecutors who were trying to prove that the defendants knowingly possessed these documents to then destroy the evidence, that would undermine that claim. That's a very serious violation. In response to the filing, Trump went to Truth Social stating, deranged Jack has admitted in a filing in front of Judge Cannon that what I've been saying happened since the illegal raid on my home, that he and his team committed blatant evidence tampering by mishandling the very boxes they used as a pretext to bring this fake case. The prosecution offered several explanations. There are several possible explanations, they said, including the above-described instances in which the boxes were accessed as well as the size and shape of certain items in the boxes, possibly leading to movement of items. Now, for example, the boxes may contain items smaller than standard paper, like an index card, books, stationery, which might shift easily when the boxes are carried, especially because many of the boxes are not full. Now, that said, we note that altered evidence is featured prominently in previous political scandals. Yeah, remember the erasure of an 18-and-a-half-minute segment of Richard Nixon's White House tapes? That was a very important aspect of the Watergate scandal. The Iran-Contra scandal exploded during the Reagan years with the revelation that documents were shredded before they could be obtained by investigators. Of course, the Hillary classified email scandal became more complicated in 2015 with the revelation that her team used a BleachBit program to erase emails on her secret computer server. And she had email devices destroyed. Tom Fitton suggests that this is yet more reason to throw out this sham prosecution. The case was brought against Trump and others over their alleged violation of federal law in handling documents marked classified. All those defendants have pleaded not guilty. Neither Mr. Nieto nor other defendants in the case have yet responded to the new filing. In another recent filing, Trump's team said that the case should be dismissed because prosecutors are motivated by improper political animus, pointing in part to how the White House lawyers worked with the National Archives and Records Administration on their referrals to the DOJ, and how Joe Biden has said that he was making sure, quote, making sure President Trump does not become the next president. Well, okay. Hello to Steve in Columbus. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners. Took a week and one day, but a major exterior overhaul was done to the house. We're satisfied with the results and glad things are back to normal. Now it's time to recoup some of the money we were out for this project. Like usual, the coffee's hot, the car is parked. Time to head into town and see what the day brings. Well, thank you much, Steve, because I think yesterday morning I mentioned you've been out of commission for about a week. I thought you might have been on vacation, but there's Truckin' Phil right on cue. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Some springtime storms and a high of 76 this afternoon for Fort Wayne, the same, but 72 in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. Have a great day from Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi this morning. And there's Knucklebuster. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I was on hold with you, and I got this weird phone call. It was a blank screen, and then I got a text message from Tennessee. She said, you better call me right now. So that's what I did. Hung up with you and then had to call back. She had a dream about her old Vega and my old Chevy Nova. And that's what she wanted to talk about. So,
okay.
Anyway.
There you go.
Well, I got some good news, too. Oh, yeah, she's back to bed now. So I got some good news for those traveling I-10. There ain't no floodwaters all the way to Houston, Texas, and then 10 on the west side up 71 up to Austin. So I never did see no floodwaters. So, of course, it's dark outside. Might not see any right now anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Speaking of Hillary, you know, when Joan Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away there, she called President Donald Trump and told her that she wanted to take Miss Ginsburg's place. And Trump said, well, that'd be fine with him as long as it's okay with the mortician, right?
There you go.
That's all of my bull on there. I'll shut up and let somebody else get in there. So, have yourself a great morning. You've had a great show today.
All right. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Thank you for chiming in. Have a good morning. I'm glad. I'm assuming there must be some significance between the old Vega and your Nova, but maybe that's a story for a different day, as they say, right? All right, 844-844-3388. Looks like western Arkansas. That's under the gun at this hour. Logan County, Johnson County, tornado warnings. Radar indicated in this particular case, but there have been just a boatload of such warnings through the overnight hour and a handful of confirmed damaging tornadoes on the ground through the overnight hours. All right, so it was the case of, I believe, some Americans and Australian surfers who went missing last weekend. Relatives have now identified those bodies. 3 bodies found in a well. 2 Australian surfers, 1 American who went missing last weekend. Baja California state prosecutor said the relatives had reviewed the corpses recovered from a remote well about 50 feet deep, recognized them as their loved ones. What was this about? They were on a surfing trip. Thieves apparently killed the 3 who were on the surfing trip in Mexico's Baja Peninsula to steal their truck because they wanted the tires. They allegedly then got rid of the bodies by dumping them in the well near the coast. The disregard for life. I'm assuming the 3 individuals maybe put up a bit of resistance about their trying to take their truck or something. The well was about 4 miles from where they were killed and also contained a 4th cadaver that had been there much longer. 3 subjects are being held in connection with the case, which locals said was solved a lot more quickly than the disappearances of thousands of Mexicans that occur. They were on a camping and surfing trip along a stretch of coast south of the city of Ensenada, posting photos on social media, the waves, the isolated beaches. When they suddenly disappeared last weekend, the chief state prosecutor said what likely would have been moments of terror that ended the trip for the brothers from Australia and the American Jack Carter Road. She theorized the killers drove by and saw their pickup truck and their tents and wanted to steal their tires. But when they came up and caught them, surely they resisted. She said that's when the killers would have shot the tourists. The thieves then allegedly went to what she called a site that is extremely hard to get to, dumped the bodies in a well that they apparently were familiar with. Investigators were not ruling out the possibility the same suspects also dumped the first earlier body in the well as part of previous crimes. They may have been looking for trucks in this area. They apparently covered the well with boards. It was literally almost impossible to find it, and it took 2 hours to winch the bodies out of the well. So there you go. And that's, of course, we got the advisory from the State Department recommending American citizens avoid travel to the Baja Peninsula. There's warnings about travel to many areas in Mexico, many of which are areas that had for many, many years been traditionally safe, what you call resort destinations in Mexico, protected or away from the cartel activities. That has changed in recent years, but let's get a quick time out. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, our latest update is I-44 in east central Missouri. If you're rolling on Interstate 44, between the 225 and 242 mile marker, you have a confirmed tornado warned cell. Tornado on the ground. Yeah, this is Crawford County, Washington County, Franklin County, all east central Missouri, but again, impacting I-44 between the 225 and 242. Damaging tornado confirmed on the ground. What do you do when you're on the highway and you know you're in the path of such a system? Now, I've always heard they say logic or your mind would tell you seek shelter, things like an overpass, to park underneath the likes of an overpass. But they always say no. Find a place to try to get off the road and maybe lie down in a culvert or a ditch, which to me defies all the logic, especially if you've got hail. What do you do? All right, hope everything went well with Cue Ball because he was kind of rolling through Missouri, trying to get south of this before they moved through, but maybe we'll be able to get an update tomorrow morning. But Dan is on the line. Yes, good morning, Dan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I'm really glad that this judge in the documents case hasn't dismissed this case because this doctoring up of evidence and rigging up the case against President Trump never would have come out. By letting this case go on, that this stuff is, I mean, how would we have ever known it? Would we have trust that the DOJ would have told us we had to dismiss the case because we tampered with the evidence? And I just, to echo what Pappy said, do I trust this government? No. Not, and I really haven't for several years, even before President Trump. And I had faith restored when Trump was in, but none. And will I ever trust him again? Probably not. I think this is so ingrained, this dishonesty and total lack of regard for following the Constitution and the rights of our citizens, that I don't trust it. And so that's kind of, I mean, you don't think, what did they do to the evidence with Biden and Pence? I mean, did they use placeholders and remove documents? Placeholders means I took the document out. Well, what'd you do with the original document? I mean, why would anybody watching the sham going on in New York City trust the state or local government as far as that's concerned?
I mean, so I think from the get-go, some have speculated that some of this may be about they took some of these boxes out of Mar-a-Lago and now evidence that may have been elsewhere may have been placed in there, like trying to set things up to look like Trump had things he didn't have.
Right. Well, that's the thought that I would have. Where was the chain of custody with this evidence?
Mm-hmm.
As Pappy will tell you, when they have a case, they have an evidence room, and nobody tampers with that. And so
they went to the judge and actually had supposedly all these documents that were scanned in chronological order and then were presented to the judge, and now they're saying, well, some of this has changed. There are some, I guess, documents that may or may not have been there that are now or weren't there, were there before and aren't. I mean, what the hell does that mean?
Well, they mean a placeholder was put in where the document was supposed to be. But the dumbasses are too stupid to put the placeholders in the right order that the documents were there. And that's giving them too much credit. They shouldn't have been removed to start with. Why were they removed, and why did you have to use placeholders?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, what kind of an idiot would be surprised at the government? I mean, really? I mean, why would you be surprised that they would try to rig something up against him to start with? But I think of the 6:30 a.m. raid, 30 or 40 FBI people,
right.
The Penske rented truck.
No lawyers,
right.
No lawyers allowed.
Pictures,
turn off the cameras. They turn off the cameras and all
that.
Turn
off the case. Yeah, right. Turn off. Well, that's one that Trump didn't do. So in other words, turn off the cameras. And here's our picture of these documents he had all over the floor. Well, one problem. President Trump had his own cameras in that room, and they showed them putting those documents on the floor. So, we just did this or that. I don't have any faith in anybody that sits there and tries to say that or wants to shame me about not being patriotic. That's the only thing the losers got better to do than go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Hey, right there, Dan, hey, I'm glad I was able to get you in as briefly as it was, but we are out of time. The clock says we got to move on. Be safe out there, drivers. Pay attention to your alerts and your warnings. It's going to be another busy, busy day. Come back and join us at the midnight hour. We'll do it again.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but